S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Pourquoi? Oh, that was quite loud, if I do say so. Ah, that's cool. The respect in the. All right, let me first. Oh, I'm definitely probably going to copyright for that, depending on how loud it got. YouTube, can you just chill out? Just chill out this once, okay? Just this once. Let's see. Hmm. Do I have water? Hopefully. Crap, I don't have water. I'll be back. I need water. Give me a second. All right, we're back. Um, okay. Just need to get a, just need to get some water. Some water. And I did that, and let me take that off before it saves it, and then I end up losing everything. It's happened before. Wait, what? Oh, oh, I was about to say. Then you aren't the one. All right. What's good, guys? How's it going? We're back with another stream. Today, I'm going to try to finish this one. I did add some more stuff. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to finally, hopefully, and I did color these in. The reason why it's lowered opacity is because I just wanted to be able to see these two. But yeah, I think they turned out pretty cool. You know, I tried to do like a more simpler, like anime style for those two, and this one is more, it's more rendered. just more rendered fully and stuff. Dang, workshop. It's been like 50 years. How you been, man? How have you been? Oh, I knew it. I knew it was gonna crash, but it's fine. I was prepared. Let me lower the opacity again and again. All right, there you go. Now let's work on her full body one. Actually, I'm going to use this as well. Why? Because I need to see what the dress looks like, you know? She's a diva slave. Yeah, definitely. Let me see. Where is she? There she is. And then, nope, nope. And then there, and then there, and then there. No. And there, and then there. I need that. And then what else do I need? What else do I need? I think that's it. No, I need the dress. Yeah, right here. There you go. Okay, so now let's get this going. I'm not liking this pose. I might change it. I might change it. I don't know. Because I want a full body thing going here. I don't know how I want it to. Like, I know I want like her standing. I don't know. Because I'm thinking maybe we can do something like. Maybe we can do something. Wait, let's do it on this one. Maybe we can do something like. Because I want that. I forgot what it's called. Control pasta, I think. Where the hips and the shoulders are like different. Oh, actually, what if I have her like sitting down, right? And then we do this, and then this, and then we can do like this leg going this way and this leg going. I don't know. This leg. I mean, this leg coming this way. Maybe. And she could be sitting, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to do it. I don't know. It's like for me, I've just really enjoyed drawing like really crazy noses. Like I have a character. She has a nose sort of like. Let's draw it real fast. Her nose is like these. It's like this, right? And obviously, when you start thinking about it, then we can actually start adding nostrils. But when I draw her, you don't see this big old shape like this. I simplify it to like just this part, some nostrils, and maybe depending on like the shadow, I'll put like a shadow over here, right? So I just like giving characters unique noses, you know. It just it just looks really good to me, you know, because it just makes the character a little bit more unique, you know. Like I have a character, her nose is um like this. You may have seen her before. I have a character whose nose is like her nose is even longer. It comes down to like right here. I have a character. Her nose is like here. We just have unique things over here. I like it. I like it. I was just like to push things, you know, like with proportions and stuff. Even with her, I feel like We pushed her quite a bit. I feel like I could push it more though, you know? I feel like I could push it more. Not far enough. Like sometimes I just want to push um the the characters, you know? Why is it? No, she just got a hook, you know? You seen like characters, they just got a big old hook nose. It's like yeah, her nose is just a hook nose. A lot of people like say like the witch nose, but I've seen so many people like if you just Google or Pinterest just unique noses, there's so many like noses out there. Like there's this one lady, if I can find it, I'll show it to you like right now. She is like beautiful, right? I think like she like looks beautiful, right? But her nose is like it's like the standout feature. Like Squidward, okay, not like crazy like Squidward. I actually thought of like designing a character actually who had like a Squidward type of um like nose, but I couldn't get it to look like right because my style at the end of the day is still semi realistic, I'd say. Um my style is on like the semi realistic side. So even though I do go pretty crazy, wait, why is this like not working for me? I don't want. Yeah, I just want that. It goes. I go pretty crazy. I still have to try to find a way to make it still look realistic, if that makes sense. You know, because like, when you look at my style, it's stylized most definitely, right? But I think it's real enough that if you look at it, you can be like, okay, I can see this. You know, I can see somebody like this. She's a diva slay queen girl. Yeah, she is. She's a guild master, like at a really high end merchants guild, and yeah, she's 9 feet tall. Um, yeah, that's all you need to know now. She has a daughter also who, I mean, she has 3 kids. Wait, 4 kids, 4 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids. I think she has 4 kids. Bri, what's going on? I think she has 3 kids. No, no, she has to have 4 kids because 3 of her kids are married into. Because okay, so there's 3 guilds, 3 major guilds, right? There are 3 major guilds. All the guild heads are in a 12-year peace. Like they've been in peace because like it gets crazy and pretty bloody. You know these things. So and these are like I mean like when I say guild, I'm talking about merchant guilds. And all of the children of the heads are married into yeah, she's tall. All of the kids are married into I mean not all the kids, but like each of the heads has a kid that is married to another one of the like another one of the heads. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that makes sense. So it kind of tell us honestly. It kind of makes it it kind of helps with their peace because it's like okay, well, she's technically my son-in-law. I mean, he's technically my son-in-law. She's technically my daughter-in-law, and they kind of have like this sort of peace, and it's been like this for 12 years. But you know, things might be brewing. You know, things might be getting unstable. But yeah. So she's one of them. I think she's the only. Yeah, she. I think she's the only female one. The other two are guys, are men. The other two heads of the other guilds. Let me see if I can even find the names for them. The other guild. Oh, wait, right here. So they have a seal and a compass. So the seal, the compass, and the quill. So alright, so it's time for part 4. I mean, I guess we can start now. Because you usually show up a little bit later in the stream, but I guess we can start now if you want. We can start it up. You did say it's like 3 hours, right? So let's get it. Let's get it, Morgan. Should we go back to start writing from right to left, or nah? Like when you saying right to left, you mean like us writing that way? Like for example, if I were to write my name, it'd be like no, right to left, but it's still forward, right? So like this, or do you mean like scroll type of writing, you know? Or yeah, which one do you mean? Because that will definitely depend on what I say. Crap, yo, why is it doing this to me now? I guess I can't use Pinterest for the time being. I guess I cannot use Pinterest for the time being. Oh, the first one? Oh yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know about that. Nah, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. Um. Oh yeah, Morgan, send it over. Oh, you sent it over already. My fault. Okay. Morgan, no flipping way right now. Cause I'm looking at this thumbnail. Ain't no flipping way, Morgan. Silk song. What the heck is that?
Bada bing, bada boom.
There are probably a few things that you should not do while a jury deliberates on whether or not you are a murderer. One would be to commit more crimes. Jury tampering is a big one. Don't follow a juror home just so if you can see, maybe you could understand their perspective a little better. Don't do that. To see if they have all the facts needed to deliberate, definitely don't do that. But those are very obvious. You know, some are up for debate. Some people think it's okay, some people don't think it's okay. And one of that includes cuddling your defense attorney. One New York Post article
What?
reads, Karen Reed spotted canoodling with lawyer as jury deliberated over whether she murdered her cop boyfriend. There is an iPhone live photo posted of Karen Reed outside of a fancy Boston steakhouse with Alan Jackson from the back. He's standing behind her, one arm around her waist. So
Oh,
she's facing forward, he's facing back.
hey, and she got them. She got them. She got them. Morgan. It ain't looking kinda. Look at her cheesing and everything. Morgan. I mean, I guess she's single now. I guess she could do whatever. I guess.
And the other arm is like firmly around her chest. It seems like everyone's giggling, goofing around, but it definitely seems intimate. And online, everybody just starts freaking out.
Most definitely intimate. Cause, like, look at this. Like, look at this. Like, this one right here, it did get a little close. But this one right here, oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. Cause this one right here, like, you know, you can be with your boys or whatever, and then get like in a little head, like ah. But like this one right here, oh nah, hand around the waist.
It seems like everyone's giggling, goofing around, but it definitely seems intimate. And online, everybody just starts freaking out. First of all, Alan Jackson is married. He's worn a wedding ring
Oh,
throughout the entirety of the trial. But now, the timing of it all also feels way too intimate. One netizen says, it just looks so wrong and inappropriate. It's her attorney, and I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a normal attorney-client type of situation. The picture is a lot. Some try to argue, well, it's because they've been working very closely every
oh
single
nah.
day with
The
each other
first one
for
sure,
years,
but the
fighting
other
for
one
freedom.
nah.
Geez, can a girl have hobbies? Like, can a girl live a little?
What the?
Others say they
Hold up.
become a close.
Can a girl live a little? If my wife or my girl is out like that, and then this guy just hand around her neck, around her waist, I'm like, oh nah, nah, nah. That ain't it. That ain't it. What? Can a girl live a little? Come on now.
Close friends.
Wait, Morgan. Hold on. I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna let it go through.
And a support system. I'm sure that his wife is totally fine with stuff like this. I mean, what's the big deal about this picture? It's not like they got caught making out or anything. Why are people so crazy? Others say,
People
I just feel a little
really think you just need to
uncomfortable.
kiss somebody for it to be
But
like
the people who don't like Karen
crossing the
Reed
boundaries.
use this
Come
photo
on
as
now.
another example of why she's guilty of murder. How can she be so heartless and cruel? Karen, how exactly are you paying your attorneys? You will have your day. I'm totally disgusted. Another one reads, this is blowing it for me, for Karen Reed. This man is full of himself and he's all over her and she's loving it. He's married, but not for too long. They're definitely sleeping together. One source apparently close to Karen Reed tells TMZ that the picture has been taken way out of context. The two are just sharing an innocent moment of celebration.
That's not
There's
innocent,
nothing
bro.
on this picture, really. They're just, quote, goofing around.
Nah.
But Karen Reed supporters have stated, isn't it a little weird that the source only spoke with TMZ, a longtime non-supporter of Karen Reed? The connection to Karen Reed, the source has never been named, disclosed, further expanded upon. It's also weird that out of the major news media networks, the only ones that are really running with this video, this picture, are the ones that have not been favorable to Karen Reed since the very beginning. So what if the picture's not even real? What if it's AI?
Oh
What
my
if it's
gosh! In this
edited?
world, maybe,
Lars
bro.
Daniel, a digital forensic expert,
In this
author
world,
of Digital
maybe.
Forensics
Gosh,
for Legal
I didn't even
Professionals,
think of that.
states, I certainly do not believe this to be real. He says it's weird that there's elements in the photo. So near the back of the photo, you see this parking sign, high resolution. You can read it. The Audi, the car in the back, high resolution, clear as day. So why does Alan Jackson look like a blob? His hair has clear indications that edits have been made. Additionally, his arm is kind of warped. It gets bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller in just ways that just don't align with human anatomy. Netizens have also noticed that there appears to be two Alan Jacksons in the photo. One of them is facing Karen Reed, taking a photo with David Yannetti. Some argue it's not him and it's a different friend, but it does look like Alan Jackson. And then another one who's hugging Karen Reed from the back. So which one is Alan Jackson?
That is crazy. So you're saying AI?
It seems to be edited by most people's professional and non-professional accounts. In any event, I do think that the video is questionable in its credibility. I mean, I could always be proven wrong, but just at first glance, it looks like at least a little bit tampered with. But overall, the whole thing feels oddly suspicious because the implications of if this photo is real versus if it's fake are drastically different. So for one, if the photo is real, you might have a questionable picture of an attorney and their client and perhaps a dilemma of professional boundaries and moral, ethical questions being bounced around. Two, if the photo is not real, if it's edited and certain mainstream media outlets are pushing this photo out there, who would edit something like this? Why would they even take this picture and run these stories? How far are these people willing to go to make sure Karen Reed ends up in jail? Are they the same people that wanted to make sure nobody found out about Sandra Birchmore? Another high-profile
Sandra
murder
Birchmore.
case in Massachusetts. We've actually talked about this.
Oh, I didn't know her name.
before on this podcast.
I don't remember her
The
name.
death
I
of
mean.
Sandra Birchmore. She was 23 years old.
Oh my goodness.
She, well, officially, originally,
We saw this.
self-exited in her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. Almost exactly a year
That
before
6'5" guy.
or at least that's what the Canton PD, the Massachusetts State PD, kept saying. She self-exited. But once the FBI got involved, it was uncovered that not only did she not self-exit, but she was likely killed by a police officer who had been grooming, exploiting, and abusing her since she was 15 years old. A police
They said
officer
Boston?
that has connections
Thought it was
with
New
some
York.
Canton police officers.
Wait, it was the same police department?
It's a neighboring police department. So her alleged killer works for Stoughton PD, which is a
Yes.
neighboring police department. But because her apartment is in Canton, they were the responding police
Oh.
officers. In fact, one of these officers that we're familiar with was at the scene when her body was found. And then the Massachusetts State Police take over, the True Patrols take over. You're going to see a lot
Oh
of people
my
that you're
God.
familiar with that pronounce her dead. They investigate her connections with another police officer, and they all say, you know what? She self-exited. And all of this is taking place in the same DA's office, Norfolk County DA. But what's even more intriguing about all of this is, why did Karen Reed's defense team request unredacted files from Sandra Birchmore's case? What are the connections here?
Copyright. Oh my goodness! I thought it was New York. Oh, so Boston. Oh, like Morgan, did you? I mean, obviously this one just came out. I'm about to say, did you set it up so I watched that one so this one could happen?
Mango to support the Dana-Farber Cancer
Shady,
Institute in Boston,
extremely shady.
Massachusetts. They're a globally known cancer research center that also provides support for patients and families, similar to John O'Keefe's sister, who has since passed away from brain cancer. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. There are references to driving under the influence, alleged physical assault. Please watch at your own discretion, as well as mentions of self-exit, crimes against people who are currently pregnant. This episode is pretty dark. It is the final part of the Karen Reed series. And there's just honestly,
This is
I feel like
crazy.
I
So
needed
I
to go
needed to
series
watch
by
that
Karen
one
Reed.
for.
It's just
I had
so
to watch it.
extensive. Everything we've talked about, we can go five
This is
layers
insane,
deeper
bro.
into all of the nitty-gritty details.
Yeah, I don't know if I
But
like this
because
pose. I
think
might
the
do
main
something.
focus that people have been
Like-
trying to center the conversation on is the connections to all of the corruption in Massachusetts and probably everywhere in the United States. This episode is also going to include the story of Sandra Birchmore, which we have already covered on this podcast, but there have been lots of new developments since then. So if you want to watch that episode, I'll link it below, but there's a lot of updates, and I'm going to go through them today. And you don't really need that, but you do need the first 3 parts of the Karen Reed series. There's no way that I can recap almost 10
Maybe something like
hours
that,
of
maybe?
video footage for you. Just know that January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, was found deceased in the snow on the front lawn of another Boston police officer's home, Brian
like
Albert.
this.
Brian Albert has a lot of connections. This doesn't take place in the jurisdiction of Boston Police Department. It takes place in the jurisdiction of the
I
Canton
don't know,
Police
'cause I
Department.
want, like,
They're
a
the first
standing
ones
one, I
to
feel.
investigate. Everybody is connected to everybody, and somehow
Let's watch
it
JoJo's
seems
part
like the
1,
least
2.
likely
You know what's funny
murderer
about
in
that,
this situation.
Titan?
The evidence doesn't really point to
My
her.
cousin, one of my
There's a
cousins,
few things
she,
that are
I
weird,
showed her
like
this
her
drawing,
angry
and she said
voicemails,
it looked
but
like,
those
it
are
made
all
her think
kind
of
explained by just sheer
Giorno.
logic.
Is it
The one
Giorno?
that every single
I think it's
person in
Giorno.
a position of authority
I
and
was like,
power in law
what?
enforcement in that town has pointed this case
Funny.
as the culprit is Karen Reed, John O'Keefe's girlfriend of 2 years. And Karen Reed has
Of how many
been
years?
through
2?
different trials.
It had to be 2.
O'Keefe's girlfriend of 2 years.
Okay.
And
For a
Karen
second, I
Reed
heard
has
20. I
gone
was like,
through
what?
2 different trials to try and prove her innocence. And so this is kind of the summary and culmination of both trials. We have condensed and combined statements, trial testimonies.
Huh?
for
How? I
evidence's
don't know.
sake, because
That's
there's
what she
just no
says. I was
way.
like,
We're
yeah.
talking about hundreds of hours of trial footage that we went through. So with that being said, that is the recap. Go watch part 1, 2, and 3. And this is the final part of Karen Reed.
Maybe.
Michael
know,
Morrissey
honestly.
is the DA for the Norfolk
Maybe the
County,
face with the
and
lines?
he sits in
Nah.
front of a wall of books, and it makes him look scholarly. It makes him look well-read. But he just starts yapping away in a YouTube video. Suddenly, everyone in the comments is rolling their eyes at Mr. Michael Morrissey. He says, "This will be my first statement of its kind. False narratives are not evidence. What the evidence does not show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night that he died. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home, but phone evidence shows John O'Keefe never entered the home at all. There was no fight outside. There's no fight inside the house. John O'Keefe did not enter the home.
Colin Albert, the young man being vilified,
Knocked out, KO, bang, bang!
not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived
Other
on the
pose.
street.
This is a
You
false
like this pose
narrative.
more?
When
May?
was he saying this?
Because I'm trying to
This
think
is
of
like
the pose
before
that I
trial
want.
too.
Because I want a standing
People
one, I
are
felt
confused
like,
because
right?
Why does this man sound like an attorney for Colin Albert and not a DA? Because aren't DAs supposed to be trying the case before the jury and not telling the jury what to think about this case? But he continues, Colin Albert did not commit murder. How would you know that? There was no investigation into
Yeah.
that. Yeah, were you there that night? Check his phone records. I'm just kidding. He seems crazy. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert, these people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. Well, I feel like a lot of them were drunk driving, so that's at least a crime. So you're already lying. They have been
You're already
forthcoming
lying,
with
sir.
authority, providing statements that have not engaged in any cover-ups. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in this case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and
Wait,
intimidated
her
based
hair
on false
has
narratives
this.
and
It's on
accusations
this side.
is wrong.
So if I draw
The
her this way,
autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a
then her hair
forensic
would be like
pathologist.
this.
The doctor found the
'Cause it's easier
injuries
for
that
me to
left
draw
John
this way.
helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. That is an
Or do something
entirely
like
false
this.
narrative.
Hairline
She stated
here,
specifically that she
come
could not
out,
rule out a
and then
fight. It could have
curve
been from
down.
a fight. It could have been from being
and
hit
then
by a
the
car.
ear
It could have been lots of things, which is
and
why
then
the
it
manner of John's death is listed as
goes. I'm just gonna draw
undetermined.
shapes
But
real
he
fast.
continues, we try people on the court and not the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury, which is also another lie. You can get hit with defamation lawsuits. But he continues, the internet does not know all the facts.
Who is this? She said it's a DA.
Michael Proctor,
No nude so far.
the state police trooper, being accused of planting
The
evidence
accent is
outside
thick.
34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident.
In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been
You like the post?
suggested, Proctor
Wait, which
had
one?
no motive to do so.
Which one?
He had
The
no
middle one?
personal relationship
Compared
with
to
any
these
of
two,
the
I
parties
see.
involved in the investigation, had no conflict, he had no reason to step out of his investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
I want to bring the arms
But the one
in.
part that sticks out most is when Michael Morrissey says this. The idea that multiple police departments, EMTs, fire personnel, and medical examiner, and the prosecuting agencies join in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is. Completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. His whole explanation is that it just takes too many people to be involved in a conspiracy or a conspiracy cover-up to this extent, to this level. If that's the case, that means nothing similar should have ever happened ever before in maybe history, but definitely not in his department, right? Because it's just logically impossible. Logistically
Oh.
impossible, theoretically
That was good,
impossible.
Sarah. That was a
It
good
is
one, man.
impossible, correct?
Mm-hmm.
February 4th of 2021, almost exactly a year before John O'Keefe is found dead. This is the date of another blizzard in Canton, Massachusetts.
Oh yeah.
I
Canton
forgot it was
police get a
snowing
phone
that day,
call from
Morgan.
a local elementary school, and one of the teachers failed to show up to work, and nobody's been able to get in contact with her. Some people might think this is no big deal, but this is very unlike her to do this. Her name is Sandra Birchmore, and the Canton police are dispatched to do a wellness check. They get to her apartment. Nobody's answering the door. They're about to leave when they realize that her vehicle, which is registered to her, it's in the parking lot covered in snow. Snow started falling 3 days ago, which means she's been in her apartment for the past 3 days. That would make the most sense, right? I mean, she's not going anywhere without her snow. Canton is not really a walkable town. So if that's the case, why is she not opening the door? Is she having some sort of medical emergency? Canton police, they ask the property manager for a set of keys to open up the apartment. They walk in and they see Sandra Birchmore in her bedroom on the floor with a lanyard around her neck, deceased. She's like sitting on her bedroom floor. This is very important later. Her phone is near her body, likely within reach, and the Canton police that show up, they come to the least likely, least investigative, least common sense conclusion that Sandra Birchmore has self-exited by way of a duffel bag string around her neck, and she had used her closet door handle whilst sitting down to self-exit by way of asphyxiation. Even though most evidence does not point to her having any sort of inclination to self-exit. And I know a lot of people are going to say that a lot of the times it is random, it is abrupt, there are not that many signs to be able to predict, but she's pregnant. She's planning a newborn photo session. She literally just emailed a photographer. She's making arrangements with a friend to take care of her 2 cats while she goes into labor. She's doing laundry. She was about to put her laundry from the washer to the dryer, and she was waiting for the father of her child to show up to her place. The father of her child is Staunton Police Detective Matthew Farwell.
Oh,
So
she
this is the
saved those two
department.
pictures.
This is not Canton, and Massachusetts State Police is the whole state. So it's like a within. So Canton is within Massachusetts. Staunton is within Massachusetts. It's nearby. Matthew Farwell is clearly not happy that Sandra Birchmore is pregnant with his child. I mean, for one, he's married, and his wife is currently also pregnant with their third child.
This man
he didn't
just be...
like that Sandra was going around telling everyone that she was pregnant with his child. He didn't want to pay for child support, and he definitely didn't want to get investigated because Sandra Birchmore isn't just a woman that he's having an affair with. Sandra Birchmore is someone that he has known since she was a little girl. She was part of a police mentoring program called Police
I remember.
Explorers, where it's alleged that multiple police officers, including Matthew Farwell, his twin brother, and their superior officer, Robert Devine,
Grandma
had
got ran over
groomed
by
her and
what?
assaulted her since she was at least
Walking
15
home
years
from the
old.
house Christmas Eve.
She went into the program because it's supposed to help local youth, and she came from just a rough background is how everybody describes it. But instead of being taken care of, Sandra Birchmore was 16 years old when Matthew Farwell essayed her for the first time. He was 26. No, she was 15. He was 26 and she was 15. He's also getting paid by the police force while assaulting a minor on the clock, getting paid for it. Near Christmas of 2020, Sandra is of age now. She's 23 at this point. She tells him that she's pregnant with his child. He's clearly not happy about any of this. He texts her and he just says that he wishes that she would die. February 1st of 2021, Matthew decides he's having a change of heart. He does indeed want to stop by Sandra Birchmore's place in the midst of a blizzard while his wife is in the hospital about to go into labor with their first child. He drives to Sandra Birchmore's home. He's seen on the apartment CCTV cameras wearing
This
a
man
mask,
is
a
8
COVID
feet.
mask. His hood is covering his entire head. 20 minutes later, he's seen leaving the apartment, going straight to the hospital where his wife is giving birth. There's actually a very terrifying photo of him where he's cradling his newborn baby in the hospital, wearing the same exact outfit that he had gone to Sandra Birchmore's apartment in, allegedly killing her. All very suspicious elements to, I don't know, a very straightforward crime. I don't think anyone would need a police badge to put two and two together and come to the very easy destination that Matthew Farwell should at the very least be investigated. But that is not what happens. Instead, Sandra Birchmore's death is quickly deemed a self-exit. Even though Matthew Farwell has strong motives, he was the last one to see her alive. Multiple tips after Sandra's death, multiple tips are called into the Norfolk DA's office, the same one handling Karen Reed's case. Friends of Sandra's are calling in saying they knew Sandra was pregnant with a police officer's child, Matthew Farwell, and when he found out, he was not happy. In fact, he seemed kind of violent. He was pushing her, shoving her, grabbing objects from her. This is what Sandra had told them before she died, putting Sandra in a chokehold. This is weeks leading up to her murder. Also, just 12 days before her death, Sandra told her friends that Matthew Farwell came over and was suspiciously looking at her apartment, going through her bathroom, her closets, almost like he was scoping it out. Those are the words she used. And 12 days later, she mysteriously dies in a strange manner that authorities deem a self-exit. Even though Sandra was really excited to become a mom, nothing happens for 4 full years until the FBI steps in and finally arrests Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's death, accusing him of essentially framing Sandra Birchmore in her own murder. Another thing to note is, yes, after Sandra's death, many of her friends called in tips to the Norfolk County DA's office. And even when the red alarms did not go off, I mean, it should have, but even prior to her passing, people were calling into Staunton PD to report Matthew Farwell. Sandra Birchmore had told a few of her friends that she was pregnant with Matthew Farwell's child, and he had actually started essaying her since she was 16. She did not believe it to be essay because she had been so groomed, but they had noticed it was essay. So they call Staunton and they're like, one of your officers was abusing the police program, the Explorers program, to essay a minor at the time. This is even before she passes away. And just like Karen Reed's case, a lot of different agencies were involved with this whole investigation before it goes to the FBI. Matthew Farwell is part of Staunton PD. But Staunton PD has no jurisdiction because Sandra Birchmore is found deceased in Canton. So Canton PD are the first ones to arrive at the scene. It's later handed off to the Massachusetts State Police.
Why is that?
They handle most of the unattended deaths. Canton PD is just too small of a police department to handle a lot of the homicides. So I think they hand off a lot of their bigger cases. The Massachusetts State Troopers are the ones that deemed Sandra Birchmore's death as self-exit, but also the Canton PD. They both deem it a self-exit. Canton PD, the Massachusetts State Department, and even the DA's office is like, yeah, it's definitely a self-exit. In fact, you're going to see a lot of the same people that are involved. So the first connection between these two cases comes from Michael Lank. Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department, good old friends with Chris Albert.
This is
Michael
crazy,
Lank
bro.
has known the Alberts for probably longer than we've been alive. This guy has known Chris Albert since he was 12 years old.
But I didn't
and
know
they
it was
have been
Boston. If I
friends.
knew it was Boston, then
Lank
I'd have been
says
like,
he's
okay.
gotta list it. He's probably known Tim Albert since
Boston.
he was, what, 16? He's known Chris since he was 12.
Tim Albert.
Albert is the brother, another brother.
Oh yeah.
So Brian,
Tim Albert is the one whose pool was like filled.
Tim,
Okay.
Chris, Kevin Albert. They're
Brian, Tim, Chris, Kevin. Oh, Kevin's the other cop. Yo, all these people look like you don't wanna meet them at no gas station or nothing, you know.
they're all brothers. They have a few more siblings. There's like 7 siblings in the bunch, but these are the 4 important
And
ones.
3 of them are cops. No, 2 of them are cops. One of them is
A Canton Select man.
in charge of the.
Yes.
Okay.
I have no idea what this man does.
Tim Albert.
Yeah. He'd just be posting weird stuff. He's like the type to post the alpha man lion. Michael Lank has worked with Kevin Albert, another Canton detective, for at least 18 years. He's known Kevin since he was 14 years old. He does admit that he considers Kevin Albert more of a friend and less of a coworker. The most alarming connection in this friendship with Chris Albert is that Chris is shady. He sells mediocre pizza that's also shady. But in 2002,
That might have some
Officer
cocaine.
Lank is sitting outside of a bar. He's off duty drinking when Chris Albert runs up to him and says, "Hey, you got to save my life. My life is in danger." This is from the perspective of Michael Lank.
But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
Do we trust anything Michael Lank says? Probably not, so take it with a grain of salt. He's saying that they're threatening the entire Albert lineage. He says, "I got out of my car. I
The
approached
entire
this group
Albert
of men and I
lineage.
pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. Chris Albert is here with his girlfriend, probably Julie Albert at the time. There's not going to be a fight tonight." Michael Lank says, "I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in that direction, and at that point I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, 'Guys, not tonight. He's with his girlfriend. That's not going to be the fight tonight. He says, "I tried my best to defuse the situation." But they get into a fist fight in the middle of the night. These 2 brothers, Michael Lank says, they end up throwing a few punches first. Michael Lank starts wrestling them down to the ground. He taps himself in as an off-duty police officer. He says, "Okay, now I'm on duty." And he starts fighting them. He's punching them. He's on top of them. Other Canton police officers have to drag him off of the 2 brothers. And he says, "I defended myself and engaged in a physical altercation with the brothers."
Wait. Hold on. 6 people. He ran into 6 people.
Stupid.
Yes, but it seems like it's only the 2 brothers.
Who's
Oh.
at the scene? Chris Albert, a girlfriend, and 4 other people?
Yes, but it's like a group of people, but he really only starts fighting 2 guys.
Of the 6 people.
Yeah.
Are they
Yeah,
trying to
but
fight Chris?
Why
or
are the
trying
other
to
ones
fight
not
Mike?
jumping in?
Allegedly they're trying to fight Chris. I don't really believe it, because
Okay.
Chris is known to start it.
Right, and Michael saying, "That's my friend. Please don't start trouble now."
Yes.
And they start trying to start trouble, so Michael start fighting 2 brothers.
Yes, and
Is Chris fighting too?
No, and here's why I don't believe that Chris is innocent in any of this, and that's just a personal belief. He seems like the type to start. At one point, Alan Jackson was in he's in Canton, he's in Boston because of this trial. He walks into a bar. Chris Albert happens to be there. Chris Albert calls for a buff friend to show up, and that friend starts yelling at Alan Jackson to get the f out of Canton and go back to LA, go back to Los Angeles, big shot attorney, in a very threatening manner. And so this guy is still doing that to this day. I feel like in 2002, this is the one that started everything. He gets Michael Lank involved. Michael Lank starts pummeling these guys. He's asked later by Karen's attorney,
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
ultimately, A fight breaks up. Lane is
Correct.
called for backup. They separate them. Nothing happens that night. Nobody is arrested. And that's interesting because if he is saying that these two brothers started the fight, they would have arrested the brothers.
Yeah.
You don't just attack a cop and get away with it. That never happens, ever. Well, interestingly enough, nobody is arrested. Everyone is told to go home. Nobody files a police report about this incident until the next day. The two brothers come into Canton Police Department and they complain. And they say, I was just randomly attacked by one of your officers who was off duty last night. And then the two brothers get arrested. Lank is confronted by this by Karen's attorney who asks him, Officer Lank, is this an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be named what?
Who happened to be Chris Albert.
You indicated that either they made a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about I don't give a correct? Correct. Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable? No. Michael Lank, connected with the Alberts, connected with Karen Reed, he is one of the first to show up at Sandra Birchmore's apartment when there's a wellness check called. He is one of the few officers that finds her deceased body.
Oh my
And
goodness.
starts the investigation into Sandra Birchmore's death. Now, speaking of the
I
Albert
want her
family,
legs to be longer.
Kevin Albert was additionally one of the few at the scene of Sandra Birchmore's investigation, but he was at the scene much later, so he did not discover Sandra Birchmore's body. He was actually not a big key role in the investigation, but he did go to the apartment complex to gather CCTV data.
Which they see clearly that another officer was at the scene.
Yes. Daniel Whitley is a paramedic. He is also another connection. He's one of the first paramedics on the scene for Sandra Birchmore. He's also the paramedic that drove Karen Reed to the hospital after she was Section 12'd. He's also Carrie Roberts' neighbor. When Carrie Robert hosts a neighborhood block party, he brings the fire truck because he's a firefighter paramedic. He brings the fire truck to the block party.
Yeah,
Now,
I
what's
don't know, bro.
interesting
I
is
don't know,
in
bro.
part of his testimony for the Karen Reed case, a lot of netizens think this guy just does not like Karen Reed. People don't understand why all of these law enforcement officers have so much hatred and vitriol for Karen Reed without even really understand. First of all, if you're a law enforcement officer and you look at this case, because a lot of people have pointed out, why is it that all police officers from across the nation have not come in support of John O'Keefe and this trial? Because if you are talking about a police officer that has been murdered by their
Yeah.
girlfriend, every single cop in the entire nation is going to be posting about it on Facebook. When a cop goes down, the blue wall stands strong. Every other cop is posting about it. It doesn't matter if you've never met that cop. You're posting about it on Facebook.
And you're saying the cops are not across the.
Not a lot. I mean, you have the Boston Police Force. They showed support briefly initially when John O'Keefe was first deceased. And then you had a few local officers. You have the Canton Police that have rallied around, but definitely nothing like what you would imagine, especially a case this high profile. I would understand if maybe it's not a high profile case and these cops just haven't heard of it, but I would think everyone from the NYPD all the way to the LAPD would be posting about it.
Yeah, anybody
Why
on
is
the
it
East
that they're
Coast-
not? Is it because they're looking
East
at it
Coast
and
mainly,
going,
I
oh,
feel.
this is a weird investigation? But it seems like every single person that goes on the stand doesn't feel that way. In fact, it seems just like they hate Karen Reed. It's like they have a predisposed condition to hate her. When Daniel Whitley is talking about what he witnessed in the ambulance, he does admit that Karen Reed was a wreck, which is pretty on par with what you would imagine someone going through a traumatic incident. However, he says, quote, she was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it,
I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems.
which again doesn't really seem that motivating, but he continues.
She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Wait, can we break that down? second.
Yes.
Okay,
feel
because
like
if
that
her
was
back
bad. What
comes
does that
down
mean?
this way,
He's saying you've got a strong support system. You've got this. And okay,
right?
Karen Reed, she
And then we're thinking about like the
unprompted
fold.
does say, "Do you know Carrie Roberts?" He's like, "Yeah, I do." She says, "Well, if you know Carrie Roberts, you wouldn't say that." However, I feel like I'm on Karen Reed's side with this
So
one.
is Karen Reed saying that Carrie Robert is not a great support system?
No, and I agree because she's
Yeah.
telling her to shut the up the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, what is so wrong about that?
Maybe
I,
not that
I
much.
don't understand.
Right?
And he's saying
Like here,
in the
maybe, 'cause
moment
of
when
the
you're
bagginess,
crying about your
but, like,
deceased husband, it doesn't make
here?
sense. However, I feel like there have been times
Maybe?
where, I mean, I don't know the level of distraught or grief that any type of situation like this has never occurred in my life, thankfully. But I feel like I do make dark comments like that.
Yeah,
It's
are
just
you
very
kidding
realistic.
me? This is life. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're not here trying to get motivational right now.
Es-
This is life.
Especially in the moment when you are in this dark of a place and someone says, "Well, chin up, buttercup, you're not gonna go."
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Like that's
Yeah.
very small talk. I feel like you're in a state where you're very realistic. You're like, absolutely not. I have no support system. I can't do this. I can't do anything in life. What are you talking about? Do you even know who you're talking about? That's the
Yeah.
vibe Karen Reed gives me, but he's on the stand like, it's just weird.
Mhm.
It's just weird. He testifies, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Well,
It just seems that he does not like Karen Reed, and he is one of the very first paramedics at the scene for Sandra Birchmore. Trooper Nicholas Garino was a Commonwealth witness for both the first and second trial. He is a digital forensics specialist. That's what he calls himself.
digital
He
forensics.
says he went through all of John O'Keefe's data extracted from his phone. The main takeaways from his testimonies include the fact that I think he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think he's shady.
Why?
For one, he states that the house longed to die in the cold search for Jennifer McCabe. He didn't find that on Jennifer McCabe's phone on Cellbrite, which doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because all the other Cellbrite experts, they're like, you pull the data from Cellbrite just because she deleted her Google search. You're talking about Cellbrite. Most law enforcement agencies use Cellbrite. If you can Google something, delete it, and then it doesn't show up, why would law enforcement agencies use Cellbrite? His excuse to that is, well, I was using an unupdated version of Cellbrite when I extracted her data. And everyone's like, that doesn't make sense. He also claims that he didn't find the numerous phone calls that Jen McCabe made to John O'Keefe that night and then later deleted. Remember how Jen McCabe is like, yeah, I was waiting for him outside, or looking out the window, waiting for him to come in. I was texting him a few times.
Mhm.
Well, after that, she makes numerous phone calls to John O'Keefe,
Yeah.
and all of them go unanswered, and then she deletes them. Why would she delete them?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense. If they did drive away and she was like, oh, I thought they got into a fight, so I let it go. Why would she call? The netizen theory is that they had allegedly something to do with his demise and they couldn't find his phone. So she was calling it to Karen Reed so that they could find his phone.
Wow.
Okay.
He didn't find any of those either. I don't know what he's looking for because he's not finding anything. He also claims that you can sometimes trick your phone that you walked up and down stairs because remember, John O'Keefe's phone indicated that he took multiple steps, like about 80 steps, which would have led them straight to the front door, side door of 34 Fairview, and then went up and down 3 flights of stairs. He says, well, you can kind of trick your phone to do that, which a lot of people, including anonymous Apple employees, take it with a grain of salt online, have later disputed, but likely due to strict company policies, they can't really tell you outright, but they express disbelief in the comments.
Yeah,
He's
obviously,
like,
because we
yeah,
kind of
you know.
track you guys. I mean, like, we can't say that really, but come on. I know if you walked up some steps. Come on. Come on, man. I kind of look through the camera, but they can't say that. They can't say that. We can kind of see. I mean, but they can't say that. They can't say that. I think we all know that they do, but they can't outright say it.
These Apple employees are saying maybe in 2012, but you're talking 2022? No. You're not going to trick your phone going up and down the stairs by driving up a hill.
So best case scenario is he is a complete, useless, incompetent, quote unquote expert.
Yes, okay, so that's the complicated thing about Karen Reed's case. Everyone uses
kinda
the
no, I'll
strongman
leave it
theory,
close.
where they just compile every single thing and bubble it to. You know when people argue online and you're like, can you have a little more nuance?
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing with this. The argument is not every single person can be that corrupt. It doesn't make sense. It's not corrupt. Some people are just incompetent, and it's just together. corruption and incompetence, and then it's combined and it creates this.
Yeah.
It's not that every single person is in on a so-called cover-up. It just seems like some people have no idea what they're doing, and you can't really tell which one. This is one of the guys. You can't really tell which one it is. I mean, there's a few. This guy, Trooper Paul, you're gonna be like, I don't think he's part of a conspiracy. I
He's
think
just
there's no
not smart.
thoughts behind this man's eyes.
He's just not smart.
But this one, it's hard to say. With Guarino, it's hard to say. And the timing of the fact that he didn't find the How Long to Die in the Cold search is interesting, considering if they had that information for the first grand jury, if they were privy to these details, they
I don't
probably
know
would have been
what I'm
less
doing
likely
without
to
him.
indict Karen Reed. All those deleted calls from Jen McCabe, the How Long to Die in the Cold, I don't know if a grand jury would have indicted Karen Reed.
Right.
It just makes Trooper Guarino look like a very shaky witness in the Karen Reed case. Side note, I will say that Trooper Guarino has gone viral because whether intentional or not, there is a break. He was the one that had to read all of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's messages out loud in court.
Okay.
And at one point, there's a break during the reading of the text messages between John and Karen. He sighs, he leans back, but the mic is clearly still on. And he whispers, "Kill me," to himself. Which has since gone viral with most people.
It's just like, what the heck? What the heck? They got me up here reading, bro. They got me reading about balloons and stuff. Man, imagine they called you up there. They just pick somebody. They're like, Morgan. No. They're like, Brian, come up here, please. I want you to read out this guy's messages. What? What? I didn't do them. Oh my gosh.
People feeling a twinge of sympathy towards him, except for the fact that, can you even trust a single thing that this guy says when he has also worked on the Sandra Birchmore case? After Sandra Birchmore's death, Canton PD had the state police come in to investigate. Trooper Guarino is a trooper. He's a trooper troll. Trooper Guarino, being on the team, he states that he did not find a single message between Matthew Farwell's phone to Sandra Birchmore. Matthew Farwell turned in his phone.
That is so shady.
He's
Come
like,
on.
I didn't find a single message, which would make you think, okay, Farwell is not as involved as the internet likes to think that he is then, correct? Incorrect. The second the feds take a look at this case, they uncover 32,709 messages between the two between December 2019 to February 2021. That's just what, like 2 years.
What's like the status of Sandra Birchmore now? Is it
He's in jail and it's pending trial.
because of the feds, right?
Yes, he has pled not guilty. So you're just telling me, Trooper Guarino, that you don't even just miss one or two, you miss 32,709 text messages. Some of those text
I need a
messages
reference
include the
for,
two
like,
of
a
them talking
back
about the first time
of a
Farwell
dress,
R-worded
just to
Sandra
see, like-
Birchmore. That is when Sandra would have been 15 years old. He R-worded her. That is her very
Just to
first
see like what
experience,
folds will look
and
like.
she happened to be a victim of a crime. She texts him, I had butterflies so bad the day you took my car, like, you know.
Oh my.
Me too, it was such a big day.
Oh
I still
my.
know the day to this day. So she's saying, I still remember the date to this day. And this is how deep the grooming has gone. He says, really? Yes, that's not a date I'll ever forget. April 10th, 2013. Again, very clear evidence that he essayed her when she was 15. You don't need a calculator to do the math. Sandra writes, best day of my life, heart emoji. Me too. Then later, Matthew Farwell texts her, if I pushed, I absolutely could have effed you without condoms from day one. Sandra Birchmore responds, probably if you really pushed it. I was kind of scared to say no in the beginning, not knowing how you would take it. So yeah,
Oh
you
my
probably could have
gosh.
gotten using no protection, LOL.
Oh my
More
gosh.
alarmingly,
This is sick,
this
bro.
police officer who has already committed these crimes when Sandra is of age, now that she's an adult, he asks her to engage in acting during intimate relations. He says that he wants her to have intimate relations with him while pinning her down and fake R-wording her. He wants Sandra to say, quote, will you say, Matt, stop, I'm 13.
Oh
I'm not ready for this.
my gosh. Jail.
Insane.
He also
I don't care if he didn't kill her. He gotta go to jail or unalive her. YouTube. Hey, YouTube. Just vibe. Sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I don't even care if he did or not. He gotta be in jail. That is crazy.
Texts her numerous times to pretend that he is an older brother coming into her room at night to have intimate relations
Oh
with her
my
that she
God.
does not want to consent to. Even that's not enough.
Oh
This
my
sick
gosh.
disease that likes to call himself a police officer, likes to call himself a man or a human. He texts her a whole lengthy conversation about how he wishes she would have told him sooner that she was interested in him, because he would have totally essayed her a year prior when she was 13, 14 years old. Even after all of that, when Sandra is of age, he will ask her to meet up in Costco parking lots, Five Guys parking lots, to have intimate relations while he's on the clock for Stoughton PD. He also texts her, quote, "I'm going to sneak away from work real quick." Quote, "Yes, I will be on the clock." If this is not already a steaming pile of motivations for Matthew Farwell to kill Sandra Birchmore, that just goes over the trooper's heads. There's also these messages. Sandra Birchmore texts Matthew Farwell a poster board that she made that reads, "Congrats, we're going to be parents." To which Matthew Farwell responds, "I literally have nothing to say right now. How could you express that in text when I said I don't appreciate it?" He responds, "How far are you?" "Regardless of how far, we're keeping it." "Okay, we will need to talk then." "No, that's obvious. I'm mad at how you're acting over a choice we both made." "I'm mad you act like you gave anyone a choice." "Oh, so you didn't have a choice?" "Per usual, you make and do whatever you want." This is coming from the R-worder that R-worded her when she was 15. He says, "You are truly the worst person on the face of the earth." According to the feds, Sandra's diaries also indicate
Oh no, this isn't Karen Reed. This is
indicate that Matthew Farwell
okay, I don't know if you were here, but we watched a case a while back of this little girl who was groomed by these police officers, and she ended up like I mean, they say it was self ending, but apparently but most likely somebody took her out, right? So apparently this apparently it's connected it's connected to this case right here. So yeah, that is wild. That is truly wild. So she's talking about that right now.
punished Sandra Birchmore ever since she was a kid for things like getting bad grades, for failing to share her cell phone location data. He would punish her with really rough essay when she was young. He also details his ideal situation, which would be her pretending to be 13 or 14 years old, and he says, quote, "You can say no and make me take it," full R word. After an in-person meeting, Sandra texts Matthew Farwell, "It made me really uncomfortable and stressed out and scared when you were next to me, because I thought you were going to hit me after you said what you said and took things out of my hand. That's why I was crying. I know you wouldn't, but it still scared me." Which makes sense because this guy is very scary. A federal search warrant of his devices also found that he liked lots of memes involving necrophilia. Again, a detective.
What is that?
He liked one that reads, "What does a pulse and a..."
Necromancy is oh my goodness, bro. Morgan, this is my least this is the worst episode.
destination of intimate relations have in common. I don't care if she has either. He doesn't care if a woman reaches a destination
Or dead?
or if she has a pulse. Another one he likes says, when she says, "Choke me, daddy," and you get carried away and now she's dead. Another one that reads, "If you put a corpse on a waterbed, it feels like they're participating." A report from the feds
Oh
reads
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
that he also liked a meme that reads, quote, "Glorifying a person who kills and essays someone no one will miss." Another one shows a woman with a piece of duct tape over her mouth, and again, this is a police detective. A woman with a piece of duct tape over her mouth, and it reads, "Duct tape turning no, no, no into since 1942." A police detective.
Yo, this man definitely, because didn't they say when she died, something happened? He definitely did then.
Before Sandra Birchmore is found dead, she's texting Matthew
Because
Farwell,
there's no way. Like with this type of person, bro.
trying to compromise, knowing that he has a family. Which, side note, he R-worded her for the first time a month before he got married to his wife, the mother of his 3 children.
Oh
She
my
was 15.
gosh.
Sandra texts him, "You don't have to sign the birth certificate if they can have your name, and I won't move to Stoughton. I won't bitch about holidays, but I would like you to come a few days before Christmas and Easter so you can see what they get from me, and I don't want you to leave them out. And 3, if you want to try and support them, we can talk about that, but I do want what I would ask for." Just 2 weeks before Sandra's death, adding more motivation into the mix if you can even fathom that, one of Sandra's friends calls him into the Stoughton Police Department to report Matthew Farwell for essaying her as a teenager. He texts her, "Dude, your fucking friend called my job, Sandra, what the fuck?"
Wait, another friend said that Matthew essayed
Yes.
the friend?
No,
Oh,
Sandra.
Sandra, got
So
it.
Sandra had told, and I think the friend is like, "Okay, Sandra, you don't see how alarming this is. This is not normal. He can't be a police officer. Call Stoughton PD." And he's texting her upset, and Sandra just texts question mark. He says, "You told me that no one knew about us, yet she claimed we were fucking. Like, you have no idea how bad what she did is. I literally can't believe this is even real life. Like, what else do I have to worry about now? Which other friend will do something tomorrow?" And just a few days before her murder, there are text messages proving that Sandra went to Walmart to get a copy of her apartment keys, as is requested by Matthew Farwell. Text messages to Sandra's friends from Sandra indicating that Matthew Farwell came over to scope the bathroom. All of these are messages that are seemingly missed by Trooper Garino initially.
How does Garino still have a job after that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I mean, to say the least. The guy should be locked up too for...
In our opinion. As they say, though, you cannot be fired from the police force for incompetence. You have to be fired for, like, brute, over-the-top corruption, which is hard to prove because you can always argue corruption is just incompetence. All of these messages are seemingly missed. Trooper Garino's explanation for that is that Matthew Farwell already told him that the messages between him and Sandra Birchmore were deleted from his phone, so he didn't really take it as a big red flag. He just kind of goes with it. Which even then, a digital forensic specialist should know that that doesn't mean deleted, right? Deleted does not mean deleted when you're a law enforcement officer. Additionally, he pulled extractions from Sandra Birchmore's computer, which shows thousands of communications between them. It also includes Matthew Farwell Googling and deleting, quote, "Can deleted iMessage be recovered by Cellbrite?" Sounds very similar to How's Long to Die in the Cold. And
Exactly.
then another one, quote, "Can you revoke consent in Massachusetts?" Both of which he has deleted. But the jurors for Karen Reed's case don't know any of this when Trooper Garino is testifying. Just like they don't know about the FBI investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe's death because Auntie Bev has ruled against it. There will be no mention of it. She states testimony about unrelated death investigation, Sandra Birchmore, would result in a trial within a trial with much information being inadmissible, confidential, or offered without a proper foundation. Elizabeth Little argues that the parallels in these cases couldn't be clearer. Both cases involve a failure to investigate a law enforcement officer who should have been a suspect. The reports by investigating officers that led to the improper clearing of Farwell go directly towards the credibility of these officers. But alas, regarding any information regarding Sandra Birchmore is not allowed into Karen Reed's trial. One criminal justice journalist states, "Understatement of the century, but Massachusetts has a serious problem with murder investigations involving police suspects, witnesses, and leads." So they can't bring it up. So the second trial, the defense, they just completely forego a cross-examination for Trooper Garino. They don't even touch it, but the internet goes crazy.
They don't even touch it.
They go, "We have no questions." Sergeant John Fanning. Before this case, Sandra Birchmore's case, gets taken over by the feds, it goes from Stoughton PD to Canton PD. Well, Stoughton really didn't do anything. Canton PD to MSP, and they decide that maybe we are going to investigate Matthew Farwell, the state police. They're like, okay, let's look into him.
Who is John Fanning?
John Fanning is lieutenant of the
Wait.
Massachusetts State Police. He's
Okay,
going to be
the state.
connected. Just you wait.
Okay.
He's going to be leading the investigation into Sandra Birchmore's death. He's like, "Garino, pull the text messages." He's like, "I couldn't find any." And so he's like, "Okay, let me investigate what's going on." Now, what do they do? Do they investigate Farwell for potential murder? No, they investigate him for larceny. In other words, they're going to investigate him for stealing taxpayer money, as there is proof that he was essaying Sandra while he was, quote, on patrol. They're not investigating him for essaying Sandra. They're investigating him for having intimate relations with her when she is of age while getting paid at work.
Why is that easier?
Because,
on
yeah,
the
I think it's
charges?
easier.
I guess it's better than not investigating Matthew Farwell at all. And this is a pretty slap on the wrist charge, hopefully.
Doesn't look as bad.
Yeah. Even when people are lining up, calling in to say, "Hi, I'm Sandra's friend, and she told me that Matthew Farwell put her in a headlock and snatched her phone from her and stated, quote, 'I wish you would die. I want nothing to do with this baby.'" But he says larceny. And that when she showed him a sonogram, he pushed her to the ground and said, "That's not my child. I want nothing to do with you." He says larceny. He believes that Sandra Birchmore has self-exited. He said based on the physical evidence, personal notes discovered, as well as the medical examiner's findings and medical determination, she self-exited. He writes in his report about Sandra Birchmore that yes, Trooper Garino did eventually discover text messages between Farwell and Sandra Birchmore, but really all it did was indicate that there was a sexual relationship between them. However, Sandra communicated often with friends and family, and it appeared that Sandra had sexual relations with other men in the months leading up to her death. There were no threats of harm by any of these individuals, including Matthew Farwell. Side note, all of this is happening after Matthew Farwell was caught lying to state troopers about his relationship with Sandra. First, he told them that they only started having relations after she was of age. They've only had relations a few times, and the last time that they've been intimate was a long time ago. Which is all entirely false, and the troopers should have discovered that very quickly on. And I do want to say, just like the Karen Reed case, why does every trooper have a problem with the victims? Why does every trooper have a problem with really anyone that's not law enforcement? Because the way that everyone is saying that, well, Karen Reed was snarky, Karen Reed was this, it's just like these snide side comments that are just weird to come from law enforcement officers who are supposed to be objectively investigating a case. When the Canton police write their report on Sandra Birchmore, they dog on her apartment for being messy. They're like, looks like nobody's cleaned it in months.
I remember, yeah.
But you know what's interesting about Fanning? In his free time, this guy belongs to a group chat.
Michael Proctor?
Yes.
The no nudes yet?
Yes.
The no nudes?
Yes. A year after Sandra Birchmore's murder, Michael Proctor texts, "No nudes yet," and he was part of that group chat. He's actually a supervisor for Michael Proctor as well.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Is, and so is Tully. Fanning was investigated briefly by the MSP Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, which sounds like a make-believe department, but he's briefly investigated over...
What's his department one more time?
It's the MSP Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability.
Crazy.
That sounds like one of
It's
these
like
degrees
if we
that
had a department of
some
forensics
people
and
be
life.
getting.
It just, okay, doesn't mix. That's what they have. He's investigated. He says that he didn't see the text message, and the investigation shockingly ends with, quote, "insufficient evidence to either prove or disprove if John Fanning failed to reprimand Proctor as his supervisor."
Do all of these people still have their job? Has anybody received any punishment?
Yes. So Michael Proctor is fired, but he's appealing that. Yuri Buchanan is put on desk work,
Yuri.
as well as Adrian Bryan. They're both put on desk work.
What does that mean?
Desk work means you're not on the field.
Yeah.
You're just doing some administrative paperwork until, usually this is what this means in the law enforcement world. You're on the desk until everybody online shuts the fuck up about this case.
And then you can go back
and
up.
then you can go back and do your job. Or not do your job, which is what you were doing in the first place.
So nothing.
Nothing. He did lose 5 vacation days as well. Brian Tully has been transferred to a
5
different
vacation
department.
days.
Again, could easily be transferred back. They made it sound like it was a big deal. It doesn't sound like it's a big deal at all. It seems like the only one that has a big deal is Michael Proctor, which he might even get his job back. And this guy, Shannon Burgess, which
The only
we're gonna
reason
get into in a little
is because
bit.
the balloons
He's
he was
not even a law
talking about, bro.
enforcement officer.
What
That's
does
the only
purple
reason.
mean again?
Purple just means
It's the only
important.
reason.
But not like
If he didn't say all that,
Fanning claims that
he
he
would've
never
been fine.
saw those group chat messages of the no nudes yet. And to be fair, there is no proof that he ever responded. There's no proof that we know of. However, there is another strange incident during Karen Reed's trial. The defense, they know of Fanning. They know of his connection to Sandra Birchmore's case. They know of his connection to Trooper Proctor's text messages. They know. They don't like Fanning, clearly. And Fanning, just like Trooper Proctor, should have no connection with how this trial proceeds forward. Just as how Buchanan, who is also part of the group chats, he was in the group chats, he is a witness, but he should not be touching this trial. He should not be facilitating anything in this trial, right? Because that would be crazy. There is a strange incident during Karen Reed's trial where a juror is dismissed. And according to a netizen comment who worded it as simply as possible because it gets a little convoluted, an anonymous person is outside. And they hear a juror talking about the case. How do they know it's a juror? I don't know. Maybe the juror said, "I'm a juror" on the Karen Reed case. I have no clue. But an anonymous person is like, "I heard a juror talking about the case. I'm going to go report it to this random person, John Fanning, a trooper. Am I going to report it to Adam Lally, Am I going to report it to Auntie Bev? No. I'm going to report it to this random trooper, John Fanning. Well, Lieutenant John Fanning, who then is going to tell a court officer. Then that court officer is going to go tell Auntie Bev, who's going to question the juror. The juror is going to deny the accusation and say, I never, what are you talking about? But the juror is ultimately dismissed.
Shady, huh?
Why would an anonymous person, we don't know who they are, report it to Lieutenant Fanning of the Massachusetts State Police? They don't report it to Michael Morrissey's office, they don't report it to Auntie Bev, they don't report it to a court officer, they don't report it to Adam Lally. Why wouldn't they just go straight to a court officer themselves? The defense has asked the court to get more information from John Fanning about this whole incident, but that is denied by Auntie Bev. Attorney Jackson actually pops off on Auntie Bev saying, we were told that he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It's reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of or in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. We reasonably concluded that this doesn't make any sense. He's saying it doesn't make sense, okay? We were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court refused our request at the time. Here's what we know about Lieutenant Fanning. He's among the troopers that one of Michael Proctor's supervisors that was included in the text chain when Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. He's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. And when you
Auntie
couple
Bev.
those two things together, it's unreasonable to conclude that he was at least,
Auntie
within
Bev is
the
sus now.
orbit of security operations governing the jurors. Like, what does he have to do with
I
the
mean, she'd been
jurors?
sus in the beginning
that's
with the
weird. It's
sustaining.
Like even when the
but-
Diddy case you guys were doing, if there's something suspicious or something like that, you report it to the court. You
Yeah.
report directly to the authority, not to a state police.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
If you ask John Fanning, if Auntie Bev was like, okay, attorneys asked John Fanning, and he's like, yeah, it was my neighbor, and they didn't know who else to tell, and they were just telling me because they thought it was weird, but they didn't know the rules. Even that would be weird because of his position in all of this, and the juror denied it. I feel like it would still require further investigation, especially on the defense part. But the fact that Auntie Bev won't even allow the questioning is bizarre. And the defense says there was no evidence presented at the time, as the court knows. There was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever over the defense's objection that is also, this juror is potentially defense friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to
Exactly.
show a lot of likeness
Exactly.
for the defense team
So that's probably why.
during the trial. To which Auntie Bev is like, well, he doesn't have any charge over the jurors, so move on. That's all she says. Jackson asks for proof, and she says, we're going to move on. And it's so bizarre that a lot of the comments read, she's
Bizarre.
already decided beforehand that she was going to interrupt him and say moving on. Every time she has no answer, she shuts Attorney Jackson down and says, let's move on. Let's move on? What about the issue at hand? What do you mean, let's move on? Which, at the very least, this guy just does not deserve to have a job, in my opinion, John Fanning, let alone in police work. But it's just suspicious that in both cases that Fanning is involved in, that the state troopers report there's nothing weird about this case at all. Side note, that's another thing that the feds pointed out was crazy, is that a lot of Sandra Birchmore's family have come forward to say, hey, we did find something suspicious at her house. So after the police cleared out of her apartment, we had to go clean her apartment, and we found her favorite necklace, her prized necklace, which is this necklace with a chain and a pink flamingo. It was on the ground with clumps of hair. Why would it be on the ground with clumps of hair? They're telling the authorities, I'm telling you this is weird, right? The feds look at the crime scene photos, which obviously have not been released for obvious reasons, but they say what's even more alarming is that that necklace was not on the ground. That necklace was on Sandra Birchmore's body in the crime scene photos. It was broken and it was dangling off of her neck with clumps of hair. Do any of these people put that in their reports? No. You know what they put in their reports? Quote, trash and clumps of cat fur on the carpet indicating that it had not been cleaned or vacuumed in some time. When the troopers later are asked about the security footage where you can clearly see Matthew Farwell, I mean, he's a tall guy as well. He's got a very specific build.
This man
It's
like
him. His car
6'4".
rolls up to the it's him. They are very cautious with their wording, stating the man is a male believed to be Matthew Farwell. One of the state officers working this case used to be a former Stoughton police officer, which Matthew Farwell is a Stoughton officer. Yuri Buchanek had spent a lot of time in Stoughton. I believe he lived there at one point. So there's a lot of connections with these small towns. Do they mean anything? Do they not mean anything? I don't think any single person online would be putting these weird dots together being like, oh, they all lived in the same town, as something nefarious. except for the fact that they are all conducting themselves like weird villains.
Yeah.
But following Sandra Birchmore's death, it seems maybe the only police department that maybe a little bit did something. Well, I don't even want to give them that much praise, but the Stoughton police, they did place Farwell firmly on administrative leave very quickly. I think Stoughton PD does have a female police chief, like one of the first female police chiefs. Some netizens were saying, well, maybe it's that. Some are saying, well, no, she still sucked. It really depends. But at the time, apparently Farwell went to a bar with a local coworker. He goes to this local bar with a coworker, I mean. And during that meeting, he tells the coworker that he did have intimate relations with Sandra Birchmore. However, at no point during that conversation did he express any grief, sadness, or remorse about her passing. In fact, he told that person that he was very angry with the MSP for looking into him. He also participated in a joke at one point, I don't know why there's a joke to begin with, about the fact that she was found on a closet door.
He
I guess a bunch
participated?
of officers were laughing at it.
He was telling a buddy,
Yeah.
another police.
He was like, yeah, I mean, I did have intimate relations with her. And he expressed no grief that she passed. And then he was like, but I'm just kind of pissed off that these troopers are looking into me.
And the buddy reported this.
Yes. And yet, Fanning and the troopers find zero evidence that could point to Sandra Birchmore's death as being anything but a self-exit. Meanwhile, the feds say, I mean, this is literally crazy. It's right there. Not only is it Matthew Farwell, it's his twin brother, also a police officer,
Oh,
and
yeah,
her supervisor,
the brothers.
Robert DeVee. And all three of them have been involved in her life since she was a young teenager. And
Oh
exposed
yeah,
her
that
family.
guy. That's the one in the
The
picture.
investigator for the feds who combed through a portion of the messages says he wanted to wash his eyes out with holy water after seeing some of those messages.
What happened to his twin brother and his supervisor?
I think they're all put on leave, but I don't know if they've been arrested yet.
Excuse me.
The state
Excuse me.
troopers, they never caught that. Why would they?
Excuse me.
Usually there is a synergy in the courtroom that opposing counsel have, and typically you would hope that the judge at least appears to be a neutral force in the courtroom, which is why we called Judge Arun Father Arun, because it was like a dad and his kids all fighting each other and arguing, and then he's like, okay, kids, calm down. And I use that term specifically because he never showed favoritism, which is a very important deal. Even if you are biased against or for the defendant, you need a judge that does not show favoritism to one side or the other, because that could cause appellate issues, that could cause justice issues. It's a big problem. We have no clue what's going on with the three groups of people if they actually like each other, but usually there is this synergy that's supposed to be preserved. People think that's not happening in this case. That is not happening in this case. There is one viral moment where Karen Reed, she is sitting at the defendant table, and it's gone viral. She's sitting there. Alan Jackson is passionately disagreeing with the judge about the verdicts. Arguably the most important piece of paper during the entire trial, the piece of paper that the jurors take back to the jury room to determine the fate of Karen Reed's, I don't know, entire life. He says the fact that there's no box to check not guilty for lesser charges, or really most of the charges, is absurd. Auntie Bev is saying, well, it's always been done that way. If they find her not guilty, they just don't check the guilty box.
What?
This verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty
Yeah.
of the superior charge.
Exactly.
And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of
What
any
the heck?
subordinate charge.
That's the
How can they decide that she's
stupidest
not
thing.
guilty?
So it did say not guilty. Yeah, but it's not on here. I would have went back there and be like, yo, everybody write down not guilty on your paper and make a box. That is insane for her to just say that like that with a straight face. It's just always been like that in Boston. I mean, in Massachusetts.
First subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter.
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Oh my
I'd like an
goodness.
answer from the court. How do they decide that
Can
she's
she-
not guilty of involuntary manslaughter?
Can't we
on that
switch
verdict?
judges though?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box
Exactly.
that says not guilty? I don't
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then
But what? They might as well have just put none of the above. It should be guilty, none of the above. That's what it should have been. This is insane.
Then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty, and on the top you're left with not guilty. Okay?
And he's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You don't think that's crazy?
That is weird.
And she's just not hearing it anymore. And perhaps Karen Reed smirks at the fact that her life is on the line on this singular sheet of probably an A5 piece of paper, and she can't even decide what goes on there. Or maybe it's the fact that Auntie Bev clearly made up her mind prior to all of this because she's fighting with Alan Jackson, and then eventually she's like, we've always done it like this. David Yannetti, who's a local attorney, is like, well, I've never seen it like that. And then she's like, well, I don't care. She just does not care. She's like,
She say, I don't care?
basically. She's like, well, I disagree.
It's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't really. I have not seen a verdict slip.
Don't put me in there. I never seen that like that before.
Not guilty is not an option for the rest of the
Okay. I disagree with you.
Or maybe it's the fact that Auntie Bev already made up her mind, or I don't know what it is, but also she's on trial for murder that she, I mean, in my opinion, and also legally, did not commit. Karen Reed smirks, smiles, and Auntie Bev's head snaps in her direction. This is funny, Miss Reed? The courtroom goes silent. So we're done here. And with that, Auntie Bev storms out.
What?
Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed?
Oh, we need new judges, bro.
All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
All rise for the court. That is insane. Look at her. She's still smiling.
In an interview, Karen says that at one point she just wanted to ask Auntie Bev, the judge, is this a game? Is this a game to you? Because she's like, my life is on the line. Like, is this a game? Auntie Bev also has a very unique way of running her courtroom. She likes to sit right next to the witness in a black office chair, and she will just swing side to side from her office chair like she's testing them out at Staples. She looks like she's in a meeting about what people want to do with the communal restroom towelettes, if they want to switch them to a different brand or if they want to stay with Georgia Pacific. That's the vibe she gives me in the middle of a witness testimony. Her mic is on. It does not relay directly into the courtroom, but all the live streams can hear it, and it's just, okay, Mr. Yannetti. Okay, Mr. Jackson. I don't know what it is. Also, another thing is Father Arun was very quick with any objections during examinations. If he overrules the objection, just a quick overruled. It's overruled. It's overruled. Or a soft sustained, which is rephrase the question, or a firm sustained. That was it. Those were like the 3. Maybe 4 if he didn't know the grounds, so he would ask grounds, and then they would tell them the grounds. Auntie Bev, this is the new catchphrase out there, which is, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Instead of overruled, it's I'll allow it. That's her version of overruled. And now everyone online has made a meme out of her. They said, I'll allow it. House long till I'll allow it. Okay, which kind of sounds mean because she's technically just doing her job as a judge, but that's not what it feels like to netizens. It feels like this judge just does not like the defense at all. Not nearly as much as she likes the prosecution. It feels like she doesn't like them even a tiny crumble. Some netizens have noticed that the timing of her sighs are consistent with when the witnesses are caught in their own lies and the defense team goes down a list of questions that's going to rip them up more. She's just sighing when the defense has really good points. One netizen comments, there she goes sighing again. Bev sighing yet again. The judge is so biased, she's always sighing when the defense is doing a cross. Oh, Bev, your bias is showing again. Sometimes she'll sustain objections and not let the defense question witnesses on what netizens believe to be their right to a rigorous cross-examination, to which a lot of legal experts online have even said, I don't understand why she's sustaining those freaking objections. It doesn't even make sense. It's probably causing a lot of appellate issues later on. For example, when Carrie Roberts is caught in what can really only be defined as a lie about stating previously that she heard with her ears
because I'm gonna
heard
start the other
Karen
one at
Reed
least.
ask Jen to Google how long to die in the cold, or well, hypothermia. And now she's saying, I misunderstood the question that was asked to me. I actually never heard her ask Jen McCabe that. Jackson is like, so you lied? Auntie Bev steps in and asks Carrie, was that a lie? Did you lie? Not intentionally. And Jackson is like, but you did. Not intentionally. Okay, and that's the end of that question.
Yeah, I
Is there
remember
any
she
other
did that.
question, Jackson, or is that it?
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
To which a comment reads, why does the judge keep saving these goddamn witnesses? That lady lied. If you're a judge, you should want the truth from the witnesses. During Brian Higgins' testimony, one netizen comments, the fact that the judge prevented questions regarding him destroying his phone is corrupt. She was very careful about which questions she sustained, and a lot of them about him, I don't know, destroying his phone and throwing it away at a military base, a lot of them were sustained.
Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that
Was your one question,
What?
Mr. Jackson?
Questions would be asked, and he wouldn't.
Look at his face too. He's like, please, Auntie Bev, help me.
throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you
Auntie Bev,
testify
Auntie
was your
Bev,
one
Auntie Bev. Help me, please.
And Mr. Jackson.
Questions would be asked, and he wouldn't have to answer to them. Or there are other netizens that pick up small things, such as one netizen comment reads, judge didn't interrupt the prosecutors once during the direct. Let's see how often they interrupt the defense. Some netizens think it's less of that and more of, she just looks so over it. I mean, sure, someone's life is lost and another one's life is on the line, but quote, she's like the kid waiting for 4 p.m. to hit to throw everyone out of the courtroom. The way that when the workday is over, this lady is done. This lady is gone. She's over it, not a second more.
Is it kind of crazy going straight from Father Arun's courthouse to this case?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know because federal trials are not publicized as much, but from what we could hear from a lot of the court officers, Judge Arun is actually a little bit more of the patient ones. Federal courthouse judges are incredibly firm, they're sharp, they're crazy, in a better word, and it seems like there is a difference. The way
I think I'm gonna start
that
another one.
Judge Arun, Father Arun, would run circles on this woman, eat her for breakfast, lunch, and dinner without even lifting a single hair on his head or having a single bead of sweat on his glasses is kind of crazy. And to know that they all oversee cases is a little intense and terrifying. Especially this one. I'm sure there's a lot of incredible state judges. But Auntie Bev, just in my opinion, is not one of them. There's another particular moment that the internet has lost their minds over. It's when the defense is questioning a witness, Auntie Bev awkwardly reaches up towards her face and itches the side of her cheek. And after a little while, the prosecution objects to the line of questioning. Auntie Bev quickly gives a big smile and says, okay, I'll see the attorneys at the sidebar.
Refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about Pakistan.
Objection.
I'm going to see you sidebar for 2 minutes.
People think that's a sign that she had for the prosecution. That's how biased people believe her to be, and that's how crazy they think this trial is. And it is weird, it is suspicious. It appears the only time the majority of netizens have agreed with Auntie Bev is Crash Daddy, right here.
Crash Daddy?
That's what netizens call him. He's a crash expert witness for the defense. He actually worked for the FBI, but the jurors were not allowed to know that. They were hired. ARCA is the company that he works for, and we're going to talk about it in a second. They were hired by the FBI. They concluded that John's injuries were not a result of a car accident. He's the defense expert, and people call him Crash Daddy because out of, well, just look at all these people. He is conventionally very attractive. He's very sharp. He's very smart, intelligent, and he does not seem to hold a bias one way or the other. Even though he is testifying as a defense witness, he's also very intelligent in the sense that he does not get triggered on the stand when the prosecutors come at him for all sorts of gnarly things, and he's got dimples. So a lot of people have called him
And he's
Crash
got
Daddy,
dimples.
and they have a crush on him. Now, there is this moment where he walks in to be sworn in, and Auntie Bev,
Dang, she like,
her swivel chair.
she like, dang.
She's swiveling, and she is eating this man alive with her eyes.
She like, alright.
Yeah.
She's like, alright.
Comments read, the only time Auntie Bev and I have been on page this entire journey. Another comment reads, I'll allow it. Another comment reads, she got no eye contact, but she was chasing it. It seems like she was into him. In fact, the prosecutors fought really hard to make sure this man does not hit the stand because his juror appeal is pretty high. Like I said, he does not seem to hold a strong bias. He's very competent. He knows what he's talking about. And a lot of people say he's easy on the eyes. I wouldn't know. I'm married. But the prosecutors really did not want him on the stand. Auntie Bev.
That was a good answer right there, Stephanie. That was a good response right there, Stephanie. What the heck? What the heck?
Allowed it. She'll allow it, and people think there's only one reason she allowed it. Yeah. So.
I mean, that is pretty crazy, though. Someone that credible to say that it wasn't a car crash?
Yes.
Then what else are we arguing here?
It's not even just him. It's also Honorable Crash Daddy, Dr. Ron. He's also part of ARCA. People love him as well.
So they brought multiple experts.
2 of the experts, yes.
And they all say it's not a car crash.
But the prosecutors bring their own experts.
Oh, yeah?
You're going to have a field day. One netizen comment reads, I understand why people suspect Auntie Bev is corrupt, but I find it difficult to accept it only because she's known that the feds are investigating this case. I feel like she simply has too much to lose by doing anything illegal to support the DA and the McAlberts. But at the same time, the netizen feels like if she truly has no undisclosed hidden secret conflict of interest, it just would be weird. Her conduct is unexplainable. It's just weird when you factor in that she used to be a criminal defense attorney along with her brother and her dad. So why the favoritism for the DA, who's brought murder charges based on what is at best the shabbiest car crash investigation since the invention of the internal combustion engine? It just doesn't make sense. Does she just want to see Karen Reed railroaded out of sheer spite? Could she hate Alan Jackson that much for no apparent reason? Is she somehow unaware that Reed is likely innocent of the homicide charges? I just don't get it. To which another netizen comments, I think her and the DA's office, Michael Morrissey, which by the way, her mom, Auntie Bev's mom, and Michael Morrissey's family have history.
I'm gonna have this drawing out by tomorrow.
I comment, I think her and the DA's office
What
have an
drawing?
understanding for a long time that they can
Oh,
force the
your
outcome that they
drawing
wanted in
of- what's her
previous
name?
cases, which is pro-prosecution
I can't
versus
remember.
the DA's office. Kind of like we run the hen house, if you will. Never get questioned, never had to answer for anything, and basically just did things their way, which I believe was the slam dunk plan in this case as well, until it wasn't. Now I think it's just an attempt to save face and try to act like everything is still the status quo and avoid backing down so as to not look
Echo.
like you're admitting to some prior shenanigans. For a limited time, we were able to
Nova.
explore
Oh yeah,
Grandpa's
yeah.
artwork,
The other
and
Nova
it
drawing.
was a lifelong dream for Grandpa Mango. It started actually as a surprise for him, with just me, my husband, and my sister-in-law sitting down trying to figure out how to start an online store so that he could share his artwork that he has spent his lifetime drawing. And long story short, we wouldn't have been able to make Grandpa Mango's dreams come true without Shopify. Shopify is the all-in-one commerce platform to start, run, and grow your business. And it is true. No one gets small businesses like Shopify. They've been there themselves. Did you know Shopify actually started as a small snowboard business? Just 5 people in a coffee shop trying to sell snowboards online who realized that these available e-commerce solutions were not small business friendly. So Shopify decided to build their own. Now businesses of all sizes use Shopify, whether they're selling online, in retail stores, or on the go. They've truly created the formula to commerce. From that super cute sticker shop that you found on TikTok with the cute packaging to stores that you shop every day, Shopify's point of sale system is a unified command center for your retail business. It brings together in-store and online operations across up to 1,000 locations. Get all the big stuff for your small business right with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. Shopify.com/rotten.
Rotten.
There have been other connections made in this case of, I mean, not the strongest ones, but kind of, which is there are messages between Sean McCabe. This is Matt McCabe's brother. Matt McCabe is Jen McCabe's husband. Matt McCabe's brother had reached out to Turtle Boy, who is an investigative reporter and influencer that has been Honestly, breaking this case from the get-go, I do think that a lot of
How do you
people
stream from your
have
iPad?
strong feelings either
Um,
for or against Turtle Boy. I think he's a very
um,
divisive.
there's an
Turtle Boy?
app you can download. It's called like a PowerSoft iPad iPhone recorder, right? So you link your iPad to that on your computer or your laptop, whatever, and then you can stream your screen, like how I have mine, and then I guess you just use OBS or whatever thing you're using, and then screen record it that way. That's how I do it anyway.
That's his online content creator name. Aiden Kearney is his. I don't know if it's his government name, but that's his name. But I think he's a polarizing character, and sometimes that works. Being an internet personality, he is very passionate in what he believes in, and some people think that that passion can go 2 degrees too far. And I think it really depends on where you draw the line of what do you call witness intimidation. If you go to Jen McCabe's kids' lacrosse games to go confront Jen McCabe while live streaming and shoving a camera in her face and saying, "Why'd you Google how long to die in the cold?" Some
Oh.
people say slay, some people say
Nah,
that
that's a
feels
bit
like
much.
witness intimidation. So it really
That's a
depends.
bit much.
So, Jen, I have a question. Did you think that you could outsmart Karen Reed?
Oh, that's a
Why
bit
didn't
much,
you Google
bro.
how long to die in cold, Jen? Cop killers! That's what they are. They're cop killers.
Okay.
I cannot wait until they go to jail. I'm going to be there.
There are other things that people have called into question about how he's went about reporting on this case. All I know really is that he was one of the first people to break the case. I think that's the hard part is he was one of the first people to even get attention on this case. Nobody really cared about this case much. Everyone was like, "Oh, she killed her cop boyfriend. Okay, moving on."
I see.
And then he was like, "No, I think something's weird." Did he get too passionate? I guess that's subjective. I guess that's up for you to decide. But Sean McCabe reaches out to Turtle Boy, Jen McCabe's brother-in-law, and there are messages between Sean McCabe and Turtle Boy, which, side note, I will say, some of the discourse surrounding Turtle Boy, I do think some of it is warranted.
Mhm.
The other parts I don't think are warranted is a lot of people give him a lot of flack for reaching out to people that might be involved in this case, including Sean McCabe, and they kind of yell at him for doing it, which I think is weird because a lot of the mainstream reporters are not doing it, and he's doing it. And just because he doesn't work for this big legacy media outlet doesn't mean that he is not as committed to finding out the truth as any of these big major networks are.
Yeah. I think this case is especially frustrating because who do you even trust? There's nobody you can trust.
Yes.
Nobody to call. Everyone's like working on the same team.
But I think where people thought he took it too far was he would do these roll calls where he would drive through everyone that was involved in front of their houses
Oh no.
and use a bullhorn, and people would consider that doxing. Some people thought that there were children involved.
Yeah,
that-
exactly, the
not
kids.
children, aka call it Albert, but other children involved that may not have really been involved that are now being put in the crosshairs for this. But
It's OBS
other
free.
people
OBS
say,
is free, yeah.
well, it's their parents' fault. It's really where you draw the line. Sean McCabe and Turtle Boy have a conversation where Turtle Boy asks Sean, "Do you really have a line to Judge Canoni?" which is Auntie Bev. Sean McCabe responds, "Auntie Bev?" This is where her nickname comes from because everyone was like, "Judge Canoni, Beverly Canoni," and then he's like, "Auntie Bev?"
Auntie Bev,
It's like a nickname, I guess.
like they know her personally?
Yeah. He's like, "Auntie Bev, whose seaside cottage do you think we're gonna bury your corpse under?" He's asking Turtle Boy. Side note, Auntie Bev does indeed have a seaside cottage that nobody knew about because you're not supposed to know where judges live. The defense team blows up the messages on a giant poster board, which Auntie Bev hates when they do shit like this, but I kind of think it's great for visual impact and is slightly a comedic effect if this case were anything other than what this case is about. But Auntie Bev has to stare straight into those messages, and there's no missing it. Jackson asks, "I'm getting old. I may have appeared before thousands of judges in my nearly 30-year career. I've never known where a single one of them has ever lived or property that they may or may not have owned. But Sean McCabe appears to know or appears to intimate that he knows the details of this court's personal life, and so does his family. which these messages are presented in court, and Adam Lally is like, wait, hold on. First of all, these messages are between two individuals that, quote, literally have nothing to do with this case. They are divorced from the context in which this communication arises. He's saying whatever they're saying about Auntie Bev has nothing to do with Auntie Bev or really anything because we exist in a vacuum, or as Gallagher would say, a leaf blower. Accompanying that, though, is a 2022 Venmo payment from Julie Nagel, who was at the house, remember?
Accompany what? I'm sorry.
The message from Sean McCabe, another blown-up poster board, is a Venmo payment from Julie Nagel.
Which was...
Brian Albert, Birthday Brian's friend, who was there that night, and she testified, oh yes, I did see a black blob outside of 34 Fairview when I was leaving.
I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the grounds by the flagpole.
But she's like all up in the McAlberts family. Like she loves them, would probably do a lot for them. She sends a Venmo payment.
Like what time? What year was that?
2022. So later in the year. So it seems like they're still familiar with Auntie Bev. But Auntie Bev is like, first of all, that's not how I spell my name, and I've never rented out my Cape Cod cottage. But people are like, well, it didn't have to be that you were renting it out. They could have stayed there without paying, could have been invited there, and maybe they bought something and she was paying them back for that trip. Clearly, these conversations just don't help put faith in the justice system, which is precisely why Alan Jackson, the defense attorney for Karen Reed, is asking for the judge, Auntie Bev, to recuse herself. He makes it very clear he's not accusing her or even insinuating that she cannot be fair and impartial. He just says only the court knows the answer to this question. But the facts we presented unquestionably are such that the public might, and that's the key word, the public might doubt in the court's fairness in some regard, and that's all that's required for this court to do the right thing and step aside from this.
So did you read
Jackson
my
also
comment?
points
Yeah,
out
the
that
one
Auntie
about
Bev has this strange
Echo.
tendency, which he calls a routine practice of failing to act on defense motions in a timely manner. Auntie Bev says, let me take a second to think about it. And she takes 15 minutes, comes back to the bench, and she says, I've never socialized with McCabe or any family members or witnesses who have been here in court. I reject the notion that untrue and unsubstantiated rumors spread on the internet can force a judge to recuse herself from a case. And that doesn't underscore the fact that anybody can say or write anything and try to make it on the basis of a motion to recuse. And I think it points out that this motion to recuse is not credible. Immediately afterwards, the prosecution requests that the defense attorneys be placed under a gag order. Lally states
There's nothing else there.
Attorneys to be prohibited by addressing the merits of the case within the media or using the media as a propagandist to advance its theory of its case. To which
probably
David
blocked your
Yannetti
stuff.
passionately stands up, and he starts explaining the prosecutors were quite happy with the press this case was getting when it was in their favor, and their minions were out doing their work with the media. We did not create this media circus, the prosecution did. Does the prosecution think that if they stuff a gag in the mouths of Karen Reed's attorneys that these good reporters behind me are simply going to go away? Do they think the general public's just going to go away? If you gag us, Your Honor, the extrajudicial conversation will not end. If anything, it will only intensify. The gag order is not issued. But the whole thing is just leaving a bad taste in people's mouths, primarily because Auntie Bev isn't even supposed to be on this case anymore. She was supposed to rotate. So after the first trial, she's supposed to rotate to civil cases. That's kind of how it works in the state courts in Massachusetts. And she was supposed to go on that rotation, but instead of rotating, like it's normally done, she has decided to extend her rotation to stay on this case that she's not getting favorable coverage on. She's not getting fame or attention or even money. On the contrary here, so why won't she recuse herself or just pass it on to the next person? Why does she want to take on this case so badly? The only connection netizens could find that were affirmative were, well, 30 years ago, Chris Albert killed a man.
Wait.
30 years ago.
Okay, 30 years ago he...
Chris Albert was driving when he rammed into the back of a man in a car named Peter Berger.
Justice for Peter Berger. Up and down the sidewalk. 2 seconds. You'll beat my face. I would if I could.
He rammed into Peter's car so hard that Peter's car spun off the roadway, hit a stone ledge, killing Peter, who was a Hungarian foreign exchange student.
Dang.
Chris Albert does not stop to help. He does not stop to call 911. He keeps driving.
Dang.
Which, side note, people think it's actually rich that they have such strong opinions about Karen Reed. Even if she did hit John O'Keefe with her car, I don't know if you're the one to be throwing looks her way. He does not stop driving. He does not stop to call 911. He keeps driving, which triggers a 30-hour police manhunt before he is finally arrested and sentenced to 6 months in prison. Meanwhile, Peter's mother wrote a letter to the court saying, "I feel numb. This is a loss that will reflect the rest of my life. My husband has lost his will to live."
Wait, how is that only 6 months?
Well, some say
He
that
was
he
young.
just had a spectacular attorney to get him off that lightly. Who's his attorney? His attorney is John Prescott Jr., who is Auntie Bev's brother.
Oh.
Prior to Auntie Bev getting married,
So she definitely
he was
knew him.
Beverly Prescott. And some people argue, well, that was 30 years ago, and it's her brother, and they take on all sorts of cases. Are you friends
I
with
mean,
all
if
of your
if they're
clients?
if they're in a
I don't
small
know, but
town,
it seems like everybody's friends
like
with
they
the
said.
Alberts. But maybe it's just all a coincidence. I will say the orbit of McAlberts has one too many bad drivers. So you have Chris Albert, who killed a man in a hit and run. You have Tim Albert, who hit a parked car and fled the scene, leaving a trail of transmission fluid straight to 34 Fairview. He was not charged or even interviewed at Canton PD. He just got a misdemeanor for it, so there's that. There are rumors that Tristan Morris, Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, was also involved in a hit and run, though that has not been confirmed. Helena Rafferty is the new police chief after Chief Berkowitz. She resigned recently. Well, sorry, retired. She retired recently because a lot of scandal has been occurring over the fact that she hit an elderly man with her car.
What the
An elderly
heck?
man who was wearing a reflective vest.
Is that confirmed or?
Yes, she hit him with her car.
While she is the chief?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it was when she was the chief, but she hit him with her car. And then you have Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe. And normally I don't really like to bring details
should I
like this
pay
into
on iPad
the
Pro?
orbit of the case. I will say that a lot of netizens
Pay on iPad Pro or a PC then. Oh, if you want to stream that way, then you can get an SP Pen tablet. Still really good. It just depends on how, because I thought you said you wanted to stream on your iPad. But because if you have an iPad now, then you can stream now. But if you want to, get an XP Pen display tablet, you can do that as well. And same thing, you just connect your XP Pen to the thing, and then you'll have to just stream your screen that has the tablet on it, or just stream the screen, and then you can just draw like that.
have deeper
On
feelings for the
OBS.
O'Keefe family than I would suspect most would in typical cases where a victim's family is involved. I think maybe it has to do with the fact that they have since shared a lot of strong words against Karen Reed. I don't think that's really reason to hate them or dislike them to any extent, but there is the mention that Paul O'Keefe got into an accident whilst driving under the influence, and it is believed that Karen Reed helped pay for Paul's attorney fees and bail, helped him out of jail when that happened to him. So there's just an overwhelming amount of bad driving incidents in this town, many
Yeah,
of which, most
we
of
ain't
which
going
would
over
be
there, guys.
entirely avoidable. Now, one of the biggest questions throughout this case has been, if it's so obvious to netizens, why isn't it obvious to the O'Keefes that something is amiss here? That they're going after the wrong person to get
Dang,
justice
bro.
for their John O'Keefe.
It was just
Side note,
3
Karen
years
will
ago,
later say that
or
she
I don't know when
believes
the first
that
time we saw
it just
Jay.
hurt Peggy
Jay
O'Keefe,
was
which is John's mom.
just
It
leaving
seems
elementary.
Like if anybody's the most involved, it's Peggy O'Keefe, which is John's mom, and Paul O'Keefe, which is John's brother. John's dad seems to have taken a little bit of the back seat to this, and Karen says John's dad and I got along really well. It was actually the biggest betrayal that John's dad didn't believe her. Some netizens speculate, and this is just speculation, that maybe John's dad is like, well, maybe I do kind of believe her, but I'm not going to go against the family when all of this is happening. I'm just going to support my wife and my kids. Nobody really knows. But as to why Peggy O'Keefe might not have liked Karen Reed even from the get-go before John even passed, she says she just was hurt by seeing another woman raise her daughter's
Yeah,
kids.
that could be that too.
Karen Reed's speculation to it. Some speculate that Karen Reed is definitely not the daughter-in-law that maybe some mother-in-laws
That
would
could be
like.
also true.
She's very outspoken. She's very intense. She doesn't hold back when she thinks something's weird. So some people think it's that.
And she's
Others
very
say,
jealous.
well, no, I don't think she disliked her. There's no proof that she disliked her before John's death. But she does say, Karen Reed does say, so Paul and Peg, if you think I killed John, That means you misjudged me for 2 years and entrusted 2 young family members in my care.
What
Then
the
in the blink
freak?
of an eye, you now think I'm a cold-blooded...
Whoa, that is not the right thing to say. You see, I'm telling you, Morgan, like, she is tripping. Like, sometimes that's the worst thing to say. And like I said, I still feel like in the back of my mind, I mean, in the front of my mind, that she probably did something.
The killer who took your son away? She thinks it's weird that they automatically thought she had something to do with it. I mean, just questioning everything about her, but never questioned why Brian Albert didn't go outside as paramedics tried to save John. She thinks it's weird that they don't question that. As for why they don't, Karen says the only explanation she can think of is it's easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled.
That's so
Maybe
true.
they're in too deep now.
It's so easy to lie
Karen says about
than to
Paul
convince
O'Keefe
somebody
who
that they've
he's
been
seen
lied to.
during the trial, just
It's easy to lie to somebody, but it's
most of the days.
okay. Pause. It's so much easier to lie to somebody than to convince somebody that they've been lied to. There you go.
And she says about that, you can't have no respect for someone and care about what they think. I didn't do anything, so you can stare at me and get an ulcer over your hatred toward me. The O'Keefes never carried a pitchfork for me until I started getting support. You didn't speak to any media, now you're giving interviews. You really just can't stand my rising from the ashes. The only thing that changed is I started to come from a position of power.
Fascinating.
Paul O'Keefe has done an interview after the first trial in which he says, we know what happened. We know that John and Karen were arguing. It was towards the end of their relationship. They were drinking and arguing and fighting, and in an intoxicated state of rage and jealousy.
She just decided that she was going to do something about it. You know, put the car in reverse, and ran him down and left him there to die.
She's pointing the finger at everybody. Everybody's lying except for her, according to her. And I think we had 68 witnesses testify, and according to the defense, they're all lying and they're all not credible. I've gotten to know the Alberts through this all very well, and they're all good people. So just because we don't believe in a crazy conspiracy theory and we believe that Karen Reed is guilty of killing my brother, people are taking it out on us. Unfortunately, if you pay high-powered attorneys enough and put enough lies out there, you start influencing people to the point where there's just no turning back. As for Michael Proctor, Paul O'Keefe says, as for Michael Proctor's comments, I mean, he even said, too, they were unprofessional, which we agree with, but this guy's life has been ruined. And this is where a lot of netizens started turning on Paul O'Keefe.
Yeah.
Which was something that should have never happened. He's saying that Michael Proctor's personal phone should have never been searched. And now his life is ruined, even though those were unprofessional comments. And I think that's where a lot of people started turning on Paul O'Keefe. As for the mistrial, Paul O'Keefe says, I guess we were obviously hoping and confident that we were going to get the conviction that we were looking for. So as far as a mistrial, yes, it's something we didn't want, obviously, but it's just a bump on the road. And like I said, we'll do it again. We'll do it as many times as we'll have to. I just want people to remember John and want him to get the justice he deserves and that we deserve.
And that's Karen Reed going to prison.
There are so many uncomfortable things about the first trial, like the fact that during the trial, according to 2 jurors that have come out afterwards, one of the jurors, who happened to be a retired police officer, told the other jurors, I too had been hit by a car once. They chose him as the foreperson. The juror in charge, a retired police officer who had been hit by a car, which is already kind of, I don't even know how he ended up on the jury, and if he told everybody that he had been hit by a car too, I don't know how he wasn't dismissed, which is all very weird. Also, at the very last moment, so the way that this worked in this trial is that the alternates are chosen at the very last minute. It's like a luck of the draw numbers game. It's random, and all the defense-friendly jurors get chosen as alternates. What are the odds? What are the odds of that? Then, according to multiple jurors, there was confusion in the deliberation and whether or not the jurors could declare a partial verdict, meaning, hey, can we say not guilty or guilty to some charges and then be hung on other charges? That was a huge thing for the Sean Combs case. For example, it's like if you are hung on the RICO verdict, then everything else has a verdict and he will only have a mistrial on the RICO charge, which is clearly not what happened, but that was the conversation when there was deliberations happening. So that was the conversation between the jurors on this case. They didn't really know what was going on, but they said, we all voted unanimously that Karen was not guilty of second-degree murder. We were hung on the other charges, like the manslaughter charge. We just couldn't agree.
So the most serious one that they're saying she's not guilty on that one for sure.
They expressed that to the judge, or so they thought, and the judge pretty quickly, Auntie Bev, is like, okay, so you guys are deadlocked on the charges, so I'm declaring a mistrial, which means she's going to get retried for all the charges, including second-degree murder.
Wow.
The defense didn't know this until after the mistrial is declared. A few of the jurors called the defense themselves and said something weird
That
happened.
is crazy. Okay, to clarify, she got charged a bunch different charges.
Yes.
The most serious one is second-degree murder. And the jurors say, no, she's not guilty on that one.
I can see that now.
Unanimously.
Yeah, I can see that now.
The rest,
From
We're
Booth.
fighting.
we're fighting.
hung.
The right thing
I
to
didn't know
do
it
is remove that for the
Oh,
next
he did
trial.
have the
Yes.
So
head
just
thing.
retry her for all the other charges.
Manslaughter, things of that nature.
But instead, they did the whole thing again.
Yes, which the defense have tried to take to the superior courts as double jeopardy, which means you cannot be
Yeah,
charged
you can't charge for the
with
same thing.
crime twice.
Yes.
And they said to prove that, we need to bring the jurors in and make sure that they unanimously voted, because that's what the jurors, like 5 jurors, have come out to us and said that's what they said. So we need to bring in all 12 jurors and make sure. And the judge was like, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. Which has
Yo.
caused a mistrial.
This is
All right,
crazy.
Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
What?
That is why
Yo.
we have a second trial.
This is crazy. Why improved so much recently? Let's see. Oh, for real? Wait, what? My state artist? What does that mean? My state artist.
In this case, and the court presence, I mean, even during the first trial, was intense. People, I guess in a dark humor sense, called it like a gender reveal party. Outside the courthouse, you have a sea of people wearing pink in support of Karen Reed, and blue, obviously, for cops in support of justice for John O'Keefe, which Karen Reed has expressed her confusion because justice for John O'Keefe is not exclusive with supporting Karen Reed. She believes that she is also fighting for justice for John O'Keefe because he's not going to get justice unless whoever killed him is discovered. And she's like, that's not me, so you're not getting justice by putting me in jail. I don't understand. Others are saying, no, you did it, so you need to go to jail. And there has just been lots of people. People are outside the courthouse 8 hours a day wearing T-shirts, holding signs, and they will live stream it outside the courthouse, put it on speakers, and they sit there with lawn chairs. They'll bring snacks, coolers. It's almost become a thing in Boston, Massachusetts, where you don't bring up Karen Reed's name at the dinner table because it's that divisive. Parents and children have stopped talking to each other. Friend groups have
That is so
dissipated.
crazy when people
They
do
said
that.
it's worse than talking about politics. And Paul O'Keefe hates that. He says, unlike most people accused for murder and sued for wrongful death, Karen Reed has embraced her celebrity in outsized ways. This intensive media campaign to influence potential jurors compounds the O'Keefe's family's terrible loss while delaying and denying her accountability. To which Karen Reed fights back. Anyone in my position who has been falsely accused would be shouting from the rooftops. First of all, I don't want to be here. It can be the John O'Keefe show. It can be the O'Keefe family reunion. But if you think for a second that anyone has fought harder to find the truth about what happened to John and to enlighten everyone about what happened to John harder than me, then you're wrong. Witnesses have expressed being terrified, the McAlberts included. They say they're being harassed. They're being followed by influencers, that's what they call everyone, to lacrosse games, to be questioned on whether or not they Googled how long to die. They're talking about Turtle Boy. Also, Turtle Boy has been charged for witness intimidation. Now, I do think, regardless of what people think about Turtle Boy, a lot of netizens agree, I don't know if it goes into witness intimidation category. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. There has been so much developing in that sphere, but Brian Tolley was the one to lead the investigation into Turtle Boy. I think that's another reason that a lot of netizens are questioning whether or not he should have been charged. Again, even if you think what he did is witness intimidation and witness harassment, the fact that Brian Tolley is leading that investigation with such passion and fury that you did not see for the John O'Keefe investigation makes netizens feel wary about the situation.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's why there's so much nuance to this case. It's like you can dislike Turtle Boy, you can love Turtle Boy, but still disagree or agree with the investigation. There's so many things. Karen Reed says, it's impossible for me to have any sympathy for these witnesses. Definitionally, is it harassing witnesses? Yes, they're witnesses against me in my prosecution, and he is yelling things at them, and he is going up to their front doors and ringing their bell, yes. But they shouldn't have been witnesses. They should have been suspects. So it's not that cut and dry. So there is that argument as well of like, is it witness intimidation and witness harassment if they're not really witnesses? I mean, they're definitely not good witnesses. I don't know where you draw the line of witnesses, but they're not good witnesses. The Canton police officers have also reported feeling petrified, shaking in their boots. One Canton officer says, no one in this town will care about us until one of us gets murdered. Even then, half the town will probably celebrate that. Canton officers report that the department suffers significant pressure due to the proliferation of misinformation, witness coercion, and a lack of support from elected officials. As per an audit into Canton PD, officers report that, quote, certain individuals referred to as influencers are spreading false narratives about officers involved in the O'Keefe and Birchmore cases without substantiating any evidence. They operate without adhering to journalistic standards or rules of evidence. Don't talk to us about rules of evidence, leaf blower Gallagher, solo cup Gallagher.
We utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you'd drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Okay, rules of evidence, gaining notoriety by circulating unfounded narratives in pursuit of fame and viewership. Two things can be true at once, I guess, right? But I don't think Gallagher has any leg to stand on if he's the one saying that. If netizens were already not side-eyeing Auntie Bev, the day before the second trial is to begin, Auntie Bev decides Karen's team can no longer point to Colin Albert, or anyone for that matter, as their defense. So when you bring your case in chief to the judge, they have to approve it. You can't just say, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to say whatever I want to say that my client is not guilty. You have to say, this is our presentation of how we're going to go about things. This is how we're going to prove it. These are the witnesses that we're going to bring, or a list of witnesses that we think we're going to call to the stand. And they're important for these reasons, and they help with these different arguments. The day before, Auntie Bev is like, you're not doing that anymore. The third-party culprit defense, you're not doing it anymore. The day before the second trial.
No reasons?
She's just like, there's no proof.
So you can't point your finger at Colin Albert.
Or really any other third party. So the defense has to switch gears, and all they can focus on is corruption of the investigation, which, to be fair, is not that hard to do, but it is strange that it happened so quickly before the second trial. The prosecutors bring in Hank Brennan. He is a special prosecutor, meaning he's not part of the DA's office. He's not a prosecutor. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's brought in by the DA's office to act as a special prosecutor for this specific case. You do this a lot when you are going into very niche fields. You'll often see it with like, most really well-equipped DA's offices have people that are very well-versed in financial crimes. A lot of like federal U.S. attorneys' offices have people that are well-versed in financial crimes, crypto, but sometimes like those are the times you would bring in like a special prosecutor when you're like, whoa, we're dealing with something that would take us a long time to even learn about the thing that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
They bring him, or you bring them in when you're going up against a very strong team. That's why a lot of people thought that the Diddy case, they should have brought in a special prosecutor to go up against some of these very high-powered criminal defense attorneys that have a lot of flair, that have a lot of charisma on their side. They bring in Hank Brennan. I don't know if he was the one to bring in.
Really?
I'm just going to be so real with you. He is a very well-known, was a well-respected criminal defense attorney prior to this case. But
you got destroyed?
Lally sucked. And I say this, like, I think anyone on the internet that's like, I could have done a better job than these people, I find that to be really bad arguments most of the time, because you don't really know what a prosecutor goes through. It's frustrating, yeah. But sometimes I read comments online and I'm like, I do think you could have done a better job than Lally. I do think so.
Really?
1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, Your Honor. All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing.
What? Oh no. Oh, he can't find it. He lost his train of thought.
Mr. Gilman, if I could.
Oh, he needs some water now.
I'm like, I don't know what Lally was doing, but your comments make sense in my head. Yeah, Lally sucked. Hank Brennan sucks less, but he is so aggressive to the point of just coming off angry and hostile for no reason. Just aggressive, just so mean for what? I don't know for what. Why are you being like that? That's the feeling Hank Brennan gives. It seems like there are a lot of netizens have psychoanalyzed that he has sour feelings that the defense team, because he's a criminal defense attorney at the end of the day, defense team, they're getting a lot of star power, lots of praise, and people are making memes and thirst traps of them, and he's just hanky spanky. And he's upset that he's hanky spanky. The question ultimately is Hank Brennan going to be worth it? Because between November of last year and June of this year, the special prosecutor is getting paid more than $500,000 in legal fees alone from taxpayers. Close to $600,000, $566,000.
In half a year.
Yes. And that's not even, I mean, first of all, the taxpayers don't get a choice. And that's not including all of the different experts that are paid, the other prosecutors, the paralegals, all of the administrative fees. That's just Hank Brennan is getting paid nearly $600,000 in half a year. It's crazy. So locals are mad because what about the other families that want justice? DA's offices have budgets at the end of the day that they can spend on cases. Why are they blowing like a third of their budget on this case for a retrial that nobody asked for? The defense team also adds new additions to their legal defense team. And if you're wondering, how can Karen afford it? She lost her job. She sold her house, is paying for it with her house, got rid of her 401k, is paying for that. I mean, she's like $5 million in legal debt, technically.
Dang.
I mean, Jackson and Little alone said for the 2 trials, typically for any other client, they would have charged like $10 million upwards. But they are deferring their legal fees. They haven't really gotten paid by Karen Reed. All of the new attorneys have also come in pro bono.
Wow.
That also feels like an indication of how they feel about her innocence. Victoria George is one of the more interesting additions to Karen's legal team. She's an employment lawyer. So people thought that was weird. Why is an employment lawyer getting on this case? Victoria George has very interesting insight to provide for Karen's legal defense team. It's the fact that she was on the jury for the first trial.
Oh.
She became an alternate juror at the end, but she was allowed on the jury because she's an employment lawyer. She didn't know anything about the Karen Reed case.
Snap.
She was on the first jury.
How does that work?
Yeah. She was on the first jury.
And then afterwards, she's like, can I be on your team?
She called the defense team and had conversations about, hey, I'm telling you, something was weird. And as an attorney, as someone that upholds the legal justice system to a very high degree, I just thought you should know. And there were first jokes about like, you know, you should be on the, you're still licensed to practice, right? Because at that point, she wasn't practicing as much. She has children and she was at home taking care of them. And she was like, I mean, technically, I am still licensed to practice. And they're like, huh. So then eventually, she went on this case pro bono.
That is insane.
Yes.
And she probably knows the case inside out, too, after the whole trial. Wow.
But more than that, with the Combs case, as I've told you about, a lot of people spend a lot of money hiring jury consultants, which are attorneys who will just tell you what rings well with jurors. She's been a juror. She can tell you what hit well and what didn't.
That's so crazy. Wow.
She says, if I, as a lawyer, am too afraid to stand up for what I believe in, who will? What happened to John O'Keefe was a tragedy, but just because something is sad doesn't mean that the person in the defendant's seat is responsible. I can feel bad for his family and believe that she's not guilty at the same time. Then you have Robert Alessi. Everybody loves Robert Alessi. This defense team is fascinating. People love this defense team. I think with the Diddy case, Dream Team, yes, maybe a more high-powered Dream Team than Karen Reed's legal defense team, but they were not as lovable. Like, they were charismatic, but it was always with an undertone of like, ooh, gosh, oh no. Yeah. But this team, people love this team. I mean, there are thirst traps for this team. Every single person, they love them.
What the heck?
Robert Alessi is a New York-based attorney. So he's in Boston for the whole second trial for this. And interestingly enough, he is a very random addition as well, considering his legal background is primarily in the environmental financial law field in New York City. So why is he suddenly in Boston fighting a murder trial? It has been reported that his daughter asked him to look into the case and that he was looking into it. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. I know David Yannetti. He and I are besties. So then David Yannetti ends up calling him and is like, I need some advice. I need advice. You were a great trial attorney. tell me something. And then he says, you know what? I want to join pro bono. So he goes in, getting paid nothing as well. Now, I know some people that are cynical are going to say, well, most law firms do require attorneys take on a certain percentage of pro bono cases. However, let's live in this land for a second, okay?
Yeah.
I like this land. There are also 9 law clerks that joined the team for the second trial. They are also working pro bono for free. Second trial is a bit more fast-paced than the first one. Most of the McAlberts do not testify the second time around. The prosecution does not call them. Trooper Proctor does not testify the second time around, and even then, it doesn't stop the rather dumb testimonies provided by parties involved, such as when Jen McCabe can't answer any question at all about really anything, and has a hard time showing that she does not have pure venomous hatred for the defense team. I mean,
that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and acting erratic. Jen! I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question. I don't recall. 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 There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson. The minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
I don't know why these people have such a hard time just not hating every single breathing person in the courtroom. Every single prosecutor's witness just seems like they're filled with hatred. It's so unlikable. It's hard to even resonate with anything they say. They're so defensive. They want to be smart Alex, but it comes off like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Gosh, it's like...
I guess when you're shady, you just can't be transparent and open about things.
No. Or like the time Buchanan starts arguing that he doesn't know what certain words mean in the English language because he speaks 3 languages, so he asks Attorney Jackson if he can kindly hand him a Webster's dictionary.
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
And Attorney Jackson is like, are you f***ing kidding me right now? You want a f***ing dictionary?
You want me to pull up Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
And then they have a very tense standoff. I mean, there are a lot of ridiculous moments in both the trials combined, and we would probably be here for the next 10 weeks if I covered all of them. Attorney Jackson is also very upset and confused that Michael Proctor was not even called as a witness for the second trial by the Commonwealth. He says, you guys were so embarrassed of Michael Proctor, you couldn't even put him on the stand. I thought it was a glaring error on the Commonwealth's part to not call certain witnesses, including Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, and Chris Albert. They didn't want them to be subjected to a very vigorous cross-examination because the Commonwealth knew that they would not withstand it. And also because Michael Proctor has been fired. President Patrick McNamara, which is the president of the State Police Association of Massachusetts, the union for the troopers, he threw his support behind Proctor, saying, our homicide detectives here in Massachusetts are arguably the best in the country. Our solve rate is indicative of that. At this point, it's just a matter of understanding your audience. That's the exact problem. Everyone is wondering if your solve rate comes from the fact that you just throw everyone in jail regardless of the evidence and then you look for nudes for them. Boasting about how great your solve rate is not what we want to hear right now. He does not read the room. He continues, Trooper Proctor has been the subject of personal attacks from the criminal defense attorneys and the media for doing their jobs.
I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. She's got a leaky balloon.
They did this work without favor. They followed evidence. This is true in the case of the investigation of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Trooper Proctor has personally been defamed in the media and in court. We stand with you, Mike, as we do all state police detectives, which, if he has been defamed, hit everyone with a defamation lawsuit. Let's go. Just do it. That's crazy. He really should have just stayed quiet, okay? Because this is, I guess that's a little rich coming from someone who makes like 10-hour-long videos.
Is there like any police officials that's coming out and exposing what's going on, or even take a different stance? Because it seems like everyone's like backing each other. Has anybody say something?
Briefly, and then they went back.
I need to get.
But soon after that,
I need
Patrick
to
loses his re-election.
work on
in the
her
police trooper union, and
assistant
I guess that's a nice
or her
thing
second
to
in
do
command.
to him.
What is her name
ABC
again?
News asks Trooper
I think it's just
Proctor
with a
about getting
D.
fired. He says, I just remember dropping to my knees and laying on my lawn crying. I couldn't even talk. I was in complete hysterics. And I remember my mother being like, what?
Dravina.
And I kind of gathered myself and I'm like, they relieved me of duty. He starts tearing up, emotional about the hardest moments of his life. What really got me was my union rep came over to my house and picked up all my uniforms. And the one time I broke down was putting my Class A uniform. You go through a 6-month police academy and you're very proud to put on that uniform. That's tough.
I'm very proud to put that uniform on. That was tough.
He says that.
And he wants us to feel bad?
Yes. I don't know any trooper that has been punished for personal text messages on their personal phone, let alone fired. Are these people okay? He continues.
He thinks he got fired because of a text message. Not what he did.
No.
It's because of, I sent a little text. I got fired.
Yeah. They were just found on my phone.
You know, have you ever texted something? It means nothing.
It means nothing. These text messages are juvenile, as they are. It's not me as a person. I vented after being involved in an investigation of a police officer and used words that I regret. People see those text messages and they instantly jump to a conclusion about you and that you must be biased, you must be a bad person, and I'm sure many other names. I could see how people make that leap because that's all they know about me. They don't know who I am. They don't know the kind of person that I am. They just see those text messages and they immediately just assume I'm a bad person.
There was a lot of things that I'll let slide, bro. But once you start talking about balloons, bro,
I still want to be a trooper and I'm fighting for it.
I couldn't do it, man.
Kelly Dever is a Boston cop, which is the same force as Brian Albert and John O'Keefe. But she used to work for the Canton Police Department, specifically the night that there was a call made where John O'Keefe was found in the snow. So a former Canton cop. She walks up to the stand, and she looks a lot younger than all the other officers.
Is she the one that Sean Good called
Yes.
to replace his position?
Yes, in the dispatch.
Yes.
He's like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
She comes in, maybe mid-20s, late 20s. She gets up on this stand and she explains she was a patrol officer. She was working the night shift. She took over dispatch for Sean Good. And Attorney Jackson is asking her, when Sean Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
I meant I walked inside and I sat down in the dispatch room.
You!
I mean, yeah.
Where that Sally Port had a camera, a security camera. It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off. Well, more than just making sense, I'm asking you, do you recall that it had a camera that serviced the garage? It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Oh, context on Sally Port, it's the
garage where Karen Reed's car was brought in and held in evidence, and people think that's where the evidence the taillight was taken apart and then brought to 34 Fairview and then scattered in the snow.
And
so it's very
they
important.
Referred the
Yes, inverted footage.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're listening. So she's saying
it's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras. Yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
I mean, you haven't been here in a while, so I guess I can't really, you know.
So yes, there were cameras.
The judge stops her and tells her, so I'm going to strike that officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent. And Kelly looks at Auntie Bev. If you don't have your own independent memories, that's fine, but you can't reference what you know from the media.
Hold on. You have to answer the question based on your own independent.
I mean, hey, she don't want to be here, bro. Listen, I'm with you, girl. All I did was pick up a phone, man. Like, why am I here for real? I don't care about what happened. I just want to go home and watch some anime. That's what she's thinking.
All right.
Look at her. She's just like, bro, I just saw the last episode. I just saw episode 17 of Free Run. I gotta get back to it. She said she's like what, late, like mid, like early, like mid to late 20s, I think she said.
There were cameras in the Sally Port.
She's making faces straight up.
Yeah, she's 2 seconds away from fully rolling her eyes to look inside of her skull. Miss Dever, do you want to be here today?
No.
I have no relation to this case.
Exactly.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here.
Exactly,
Dever
like
pauses before dramatically stating,
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here.
Exact, bro. I got things to do. Right, I'm telling you, I got things to do, bro. I don't know why I'm here. Look at right here. I do not. I don't. What? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm tripping. I don't know why I'm here. Hey, it's a Saturday afternoon. I got work tomorrow. Like, it's a Sunday afternoon. I got work tomorrow. Please, bro. I got 10 episodes left? Please.
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
Mm-hmm.
This is honestly
all I did was pick up the phone. Why you call me? I just picked up the phone.
bit more hostile than some of the more important key witnesses. Her interactions with the defense team feel so scathing than even some of the more McAlberts, okay? Some of the McAlberts, they try to hide
Bro,
it.
I'm telling
some
you.
of the cops that are more heavily involved.
Yo, I'm telling you, she got a few episodes left. She knows she got work tomorrow. That's the only reason she tripping.
But the confusing part in all of this is, in trial 2, she is not a prosecution witness. She is a defense witness.
What?
The defense called her to the stand to testify.
Oh, they slipped the check.
Why? Because Officer Dever told FBI agents that she saw ATF Brian and Chief Berkowitz in Sally Port.
Actually, she probably did, but like I said, she wasn't Brian. She wasn't clocking everything, okay? Like, she was just like in her mind, she was just like, yo, I gotta go now. Let me go, please. Right? And then after she finished a few episodes, and then she calmed down a bit, and now she's like, oh yeah, hold up. Right after the episode ended, she was like, wait, hold up. I saw them two. Like, I could have swore they were chatting or something.
For a wildly long time near Karen Reed's car. What were they doing for a wildly long time in Sally Port near Karen Reed's car?
That is crazy. So what are you saying? During the first trial, she's kind of forced to speak.
During the first trial, she was never called to the stand.
So this attitude is from the second trial?
Yeah. She was never called to the stand in the first trial. The second trial, she comes and she's huffing and puffing. And the defense is just trying to get her to relay her statements that she made to the FBI, which is, you told the FBI that they were near Karen Reed's car in Sally Port for a wildly long time. The defense is like, you have no idea why you're here?
Excuse me.
You've never talked to me.
Excuse me.
Nobody on the defense seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial, which she did not testify in. So I don't have any idea why I'm here. No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand. No. Are you uncomfortable testifying? No, it's part of my job. There is an indication that things are not going to go well because Jackson starts asking Kelly Dever, and you understand the oath. Yes, I do. What is the oath? The oath is to tell the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct? Objection sustained. Did one of the monitors that you had looked at when you had access at the dispatch area, because remember, she took over dispatch and they have a monitor overlooking Sally Port, shows the video feed from the Sally Port garage. So as I already said,
New Dark Side episode came out.
remember
Oh yeah, I
where
wanna.
they dispatched the screen with the
I need to
There
I need to
was
watch it.
another
Like I've been
front
waiting.
where
I've been
I'm
waiting
making
for
assumption
Dr. Stone to
that
end.
yes, of
I mean to be
course,
done.
but now that's an
To binge it
assumption.
all.
I'm
Like I
not
mean the
asking
rest of
you
the
for an
last season.
assumption. I'm asking
Or the
you,
last
did
part
one of
of the
those
season.
feeds, do you recall or not, there was footage that you could see a monitor on the dispatch area?
I'm going to go with yes?
Look, I don't know.
Bro,
what
I'm
that means.
telling you, in her mind, bro, she was thinking of, ain't no way. They are in a dungeon right now fighting for you. Ain't no way they're in a dungeon right now. Nah.
So what do you mean?
I think that's
yes?
episode
Is your
17.
answer yes? Yes. Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port area where you were on that shift? So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at that point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've been advised it would be a lie. So she's saying what I said to the FBI was a false memory. She's saying I never saw Chief Berkowitz or Brian Higgins in Sallyport. It was a false memory.
What? Like, how did you even come up with that?
Because she said that she had clocked out before the time that she would have seen them, but clocking out doesn't mean anything. And also, those records can probably be fudged. I don't know. Don't ask me. Which she's saying it was a false memory. Which the defense is like, okay, first of all, a police officer with false memories should not be a police officer. Because what are you doing? Throwing people in jail over false memories?
Yeah.
Miss Dever,
I'm
I've
telling
never
you,
asked
bro.
you to make a statement one way or the other
Listen,
on the stand. I'm asking
all of us anime fans have, probably thought that we ate, but we actually didn't because we were just locked in, We were just locked in. So she probably clocked out. She was probably watching it at work, you know what I mean? She was at work late. She was on her little laptop. She was watching a few episodes. And she was like, I know I clocked out. She just tripping. She don't know what's going on. Listen, I don't blame you. What's her name? Kelly, we cool, Kelly. We cool, Kelly.
asking you an open-ended question.
We cool,
Given
Kelly.
factual information that makes it so that I know I did not know. So the answer is no. Correct. But that doesn't make sense because why did you tell the FBI then? Were you advised lying to those officers, the FBI officers, would have been a crime? So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team because of the fact that I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory. It was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith and I've retracted given information that it could not be accurate. Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Did they advise you of anything, any consequences for lying to them? To lying to FBI agents? Because the defense is saying it's so interesting that all these people, they're a little more accurate when they're talking to the feds, huh?
Yeah.
Because they know that they've got nobody in the feds and the feds don't care. The feds are going to arrest them. Not the feds don't care. The feds have also been the subject of a lot of corruption allegations. But in terms of when they're investigating this case, they don't really care. Did they advise you of any consequences? So we had a willing conversation. That's a yes or a no.
I don't recall.
Okay, there's your answer.
And again, it's like, are you shielding these witnesses? As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it is a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agencies? When you have intent to lie, yes. Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th of 2023 you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into Sallyport together and alone with Karen Reed's SUV for a wildly long time?
For a wildly long time.
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
What's even more interesting, and you'll see by the line of questioning, is that after she moves to Boston Police Department, the commissioner, the man who runs Boston PD, Michael Cox, calls this random patrol officer, Kelly Dever, into his office, and then she recants her statement.
Oh my God.
She calls the FBI and is like, so
and you
I
say
provide
Boston has like thousands of police, right?
3,000 officers, and it's very rare that the commissioner talks to anyone, especially not on a detective level.
Yeah.
She's just a patrol officer.
Wow.
Did you have any conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at the Boston Police Department?
Not about
Oh,
anything.
man. Kelly,
malicious.
don't worry, Kelly. I understand.
Malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
So everyone thinks this whole thing is weird, especially weirder when you, given the fact that Michael Cox, he is interviewed by a reporter later, and he's kind of thrown off guard. He's like, did you talk to Kelly Dever about her statement? And he says, I don't even know Karen Reed. I've got nothing to do with Karen Reed's case. I don't know anything about the Karen Reed case.
I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case. It's much to do about nothing. I have no idea what they're talking about with Karen
I don't
Reed.
know. Because the thing is, I'm thinking, like, I'm kind of designing this character, like, at the same time. Because I have a general idea of what she looks like. I'm talking about, like, her assistant lady. But now I'm thinking in my head, do I want her to be, because she's in a former noble from, like, a different line, like, her, whatchamacallit, her kingdom or whatever and her like her family practically the line were all taken out like during this great thing that happened, or this crazy thing that happened. And now she is like her second, kind of like her vice president, if you would, right? But I'm thinking, because she's also like a more motherly character to her in a way, because she is older than she is. But like, I don't really know. Do I want her to be more? I guess we're just gonna play around with different proportions and stuff. I guess we'll just go for, because I'm thinking I want her to be a little bit more built, but not too crazy. Like, I think I might give her a little bit more like fat on her. Yeah, let's go that way. I think I want to make her a bit rounder.
Nothing to do with Karen Reed.
And everyone's like, that's crazy.
Maybe a
because
little
what do you
rounder,
mean?
like-
The officer that is deceased involving Karen Reed's case is a Boston police officer.
Yes.
What do you mean you know nothing of the Karen Reed case? And the defense is saying, you told us, Kelly Dever. A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell us that you were called up to the commissioner's office and he told you two things? Number one, the department supports you, Officer Dever, and do the right thing.
Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's fine to say.
Oh nah, listen. You see even how her hair is. She ain't. Listen, bro. I'm telling you, I got to go. Okay, I got to go. People over here talking to me about things that I don't care, bro. I don't care. Listen, Miss, what's her name? Karen. Listen. Honestly, if you did it, if you didn't do it, it's not gonna change how many episodes I got left. So can I go? Like, please, let me just go. Let me go. All right? But the reason why she's still, like, she's not saying that is because she can get fired and she got to pay the bills, you know? That's the only reason why she's still here.
so he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's fine to say.
He said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the other.
Just full of attitude.
At
telling
one
you.
point, when she's trying to say I don't remember a question, she says, just like how you don't remember my name,
Ooh!
I don't recall.
Oh!
I can't remember my name. I don't remember.
Kelly's my favorite character, bro. Kelly is my favorite character. I mean, yeah. She's my favorite character. Man, I'm telling you, Brian, remember when I was telling you about, like, I don't know who the protagonist for the for the 12 episode? There she is, right there. She the protagonist. She gonna be like cause she a little patrol cop. She could be a little patrol cop, you know what I mean? Like, she got, you know what I mean? She's like the young one in this group. They randomly call her up. The other guy's name. He calls her up and he's like, "We're like right now, like, look what time it is, man. Like, I got like 3 minutes left in the episode." He's like, "Nah, get down here." And she like, "Dang, kind of fun." I mean, hey. I mean, you said it, my boy, right? And then she called. She like, all right, and she go down there, right? And then she hear somebody got, and she like, "Oh shoot!" But then she just run back in there, finish the episode. She's like, "Ooh." And then she go back to her office, and then she see, oh boy, and then a whole bunch of things are just happening and unfolding, right? And then little by little, everything's gonna be unfolded to her about what happened. Perfect, bro. Perfect. She is protagonist.
That is wild.
She's the protagonist.
Yeah.
So is she the one that you're talking about? Like, she kind of told what happened and then she took it back.
Yeah. Citizens have dug up that there seems to be some distant familial connection between the Dever family and the McCabe's. There seems to be some sort of marriage between Kelly Dever and Matt McCabe's side of the family.
Man,
Is that
don't
going on?
don't do that.
She also
Nah.
accuses one of the male defense attorneys of threatening to charge her with perjury. And she said that they became very aggressive. And so Jackson is like, a male voice on the phone threatened to charge you with perjury? Yes. You're a police officer, correct? Yes. Who charges people with crimes? In the end, it's going to go through the court system, so the DA, is... Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime? Personally, no. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they? They did. I contacted the FBI regarding it. Oh, did you? I did.
Do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a report to that effect?
No.
No. We're looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on
Which
that
I gave
phone
you.
call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
What you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole. Didn't you?
I don't recall that. So that's put.
Kelly, is that how you be speaking for real? Look at her face, bro.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect
She blinking
of,
a lot.
I know you're going to tear me a new one?
What you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole. Didn't you?
She like, dang, I said that for real? I mean, hey.
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What is going on?
Yeah.
These people are.
Yes, so now it's become a thing where David Yannetti, the only way he can describe it is, John O'Keefe is a Boston cop. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. The blue wall went up, and Karen Reed is on the outside of the blue wall. She's an outsider. It just seems like a lot of it is not even corruption. I mean, it is, but a lot of it is not even like, I want to protect Brian Albert. I want to protect the McAlberts. It just seems more so, that's just the way it works. This is how we run things. But one of the biggest problems in this case is even the accident reconstructionists for both sides are, well, the fact is nobody knows exactly where John's body was found, right? During the first trial, the prosecution calls up their expert crash reconstructionist, Trooper Paul. He states that Karen hit John with her car, and it all makes sense due to physics. Trooper Paul states that John was hit by the SUV and flew 30 feet. Then when the SUV hit him, he projected forward and then to the left and then to the front yard to his final resting place. If you're confused, it's because it's confusing. Nobody can understand what he's saying happened when the car hit John O'Keefe.
And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have get thrown 100%.
Gosh, ain't no way this man's saying. This man is saying, this boy was right here. This is the car. That thing was like, boom. This man was like, oh, what? Nah, bro. Calm down.
Percent of the vehicle speed post impact. He would have, his right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out, as opposed to traditional forward projection. If he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Basically, Trooper Paul's version of events show John O'Keefe doing almost a ballerina spin. He gets sideswiped by the taillight. His arm stays there. The taillight shatters on impact, but no bruises or broken bones on his arm. That took the brunt of the impact of this massive SUV. And then his arm kind of stays there for the taillight to then kind of sideswipe him again, causing those crazy
like I said, I feel like I have an idea of her. Like, I know what I want her hair to look like.
In like a spin ballerina
like her face. I have her face in mind.
Somewhere around the idea of 30 feet until he lands in the grass. And I know that I'm being very animated with this, and it's because in the whole trial, that's how it is. He's being animated, and Attorney Jackson, to bring it home, he's like doing a spin in court. So you're like, so this is what you're telling me happened.
He does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
Because I think the only way to see how ridiculous it is to show the animation of what he's saying happened. Even Trooper Paul seems very unsure of his own testimony,
and then, like,
and this is where I think a lot of people
right
say,
here,
maybe it's
we'll
not
have
all
like
around
a nice
corruption,
little curve,
maybe it's also a mix of incompetence. I will
and
say,
then
the defense, the
she'll
minute
have
that the
like the big
cross-examination
hair.
begins, they really don't even need to argue the
I'm doing more
nitty-gritty
like
of everything
80s hair for them. I
because
really
they
like
just
it.
argue his credentials.
Like the look.
Jackson questions him, sir, do you
I'll
hold
say
any
like
degrees
80s.
in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
Maybe
I do
even
not.
90s.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics? I do not. Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
The highest degree that you do hold, sir.
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
What's another word for rate of velocity?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward. And also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving,
He said, "What's another word?"
Speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration.
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics.
What role does so what role does acceleration play in kinematics? It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and it talks about motion.
Sir.
What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained
Are you okay,
motion?
sir?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
This man is giving a test in court.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
I can't recollect that.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
For the most part.
First of all, if anybody was going to object, this is the time, bro. Like, he is literally just playing with the man, and Auntie Bev is just sitting there sitting back. What? This is crazy.
That constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
Yo.
Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
The defense also brings
Somebody
up that
help
Trooper Paul
him.
testified that when someone is hit by something, whatever they have in their hand, they lose it. But John O'Keefe held onto his cocktail glass while being projected 30 feet. Trooper Paul responds, I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest. Sir, we know that you weren't there, but if you don't know, who knows? At certain points, Trooper Paul makes no sense, and he clearly sounds very nervous. He will say things like this to the defense attorney.
I know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said why this. I'm just responding to what you said, and trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question.
Another questionable part is the defense points out that John's phone was found underneath his body, to which Trooper Paul is asked,
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
It just did. And somehow, as he landed, he tucked that cell phone underneath his body so that he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there.
Well, you didn't. Objection. Sustained. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right? Objection sustained. Defense attorney Jackson accuses Trooper Paul of having confirmation bias, to which Trooper Paul says he can't definitively say what confirmation bias even really means.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase, yes.
Do you know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Trooper Paul states that he came to the final resting spot of John O'Keefe by way of Gallagher telling him where John O'Keefe was found. But remember, Gallagher never saw where John's body was found. All in all, I think the only takeaway from Trooper Paul's testimony is that he has no clue what he's talking about. We have no clue what he's talking about. Nobody has any clue what Trooper Paul is talking about. At one point, he says, like, there are certain calculations that you can do, you know, based on distance, and it's based on miles per hour and the speed of the vehicle and the striking of the vehicle and stuff. The defense is like, what did you mean by and stuff?
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
Ultimately, Trooper Paul admits,
One more time?
We could not calculate anything from this collision.
side note, he doesn't even know John O'Keefe's weight, which you would think is one of the most important
Yeah, it's
things.
really important to calculate.
He also doesn't know the mass weight of the vehicle.
Are you kidding me?
It's just so clear that he wrote,
How is he an expert?
We don't know. It's like when you write, I speak Mandarin on your resume. Well, you do. I speak Mandarin on your resume, and then you go, and suddenly you have to speak Mandarin, and then I'm just like, okay. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that? I would use a type of formula for calculations of post-impact speeds of pedestrians. The defense asks how the taillight was shattered. So the taillight in this case was shattered when it struck John O'Keefe's arm. Exactly what part of his arm? Based on what I saw for his injuries, was the upper part of his arm down. Trooper Paul states that it would have been out, elbows out, then the full mass, you know, and then it got hit.
Yeah.
He really doesn't know what he's talking about.
If he flew like 30 feet, it's very easy to calculate the force needed to reach that kind of distance.
But even just the arm,
Yeah, that
just
doesn't make
doesn't
sense.
none of it
Exactly.
makes sense.
To shatter that type of plastic,
Yes.
you know, what type of force?
And then also it's a
Something
lot of
kinda
the
like that, I
plastic
think.
taillight pieces were found around where John O'Keefe's body was found, so it shattered like an
doesn't make sense.
explosion.
Right, exactly.
None of it makes sense. So
Yeah.
then there was briefly
And there's only one thing that doesn't lie, which is physics.
yeah.
That's one thing cannot lie. So just follow that, proves everyone is lying.
Yeah, but he's like, no, this is exactly what happened. And when he's asked, how are there no injuries to John O'Keefe's arm other than those abrasions and lacerations, he says, I don't know. Literally, I don't know. Any other questions about that? Auntie Bev just sustains all of them. Jackson asks, and at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final resting point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette. He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like the most likely possibility.
At one point, the defense straight up asks Trooper Paul. The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you? Objection sustained. Netizen comments read, I was feeling sympathy for how insufficient Trooper Paul's intelligence is.
That is so crazy. How they objected the fact that he asked that question that you don't know what you're talking about, but they let what's the guy's name? Jackson, the other lawyer. They let this man literally give him a pop quiz, and he failed completely in front of everybody. So we all know he don't know what he's talking about. Crazy.
But then I see him on cross trying to explain away a murder charge with his woefully lacking investigation and opinions, not doing calculations because it was a reverse. The laws of physics exist. Gravity exists despite his wish that it didn't.
I don't know, just like based on this person alone, just this little conversation alone, it's enough to prove that Karen Reed didn't hit John O'Keefe. That's it, period, the end. I don't even know how the mistrial happened from the first trial. It doesn't even make any sense.
I think the biggest thing for me is the feds got involved. The federal investigation that has no connection with Karen Reed, that has no connection with the McAlberts, and their experts said these injuries from John O'Keefe were not from a collision.
Yeah, exactly.
And they had no skin in the game. They gave this to the Commonwealth and the defense, and they said, here you go. And I feel like that was where I was like, okay, then what can I say? I don't know physics like that, but they're telling me.
So it wasn't from a collision, then let's look elsewhere, guys.
Yes. But they're like, no, it was from a collision. In fact, Trooper Paul testified in trial 1, and clearly it did not go well. So for trial 2, the Commonwealth brings in expert witnesses, very expensive expert witnesses, from a company called Aperture. The first one is Shannon Burgess. You can already
these
tell
are definitely new
things are
people.
going to go awry by the fact that his direct
I've never seen him before.
by Hank Brennan is 1.5 hours long, and the cross by Robert Alessi is 4.5 hours long, which, by the way, Robert Alessi is a pharmacist as well. He's got a lot of, it seems like he knows a lot of STEM-related stuff. I don't know how else to describe it, but it seems like he's very well-versed in anything STEM-related. Shannon Burgess says that he found a new computer chip in Karen Reed's SUV that hasn't been previously analyzed, and he used that data to calculate the time difference between Karen Reed's SUV and John O'Keefe's cell phone, and he found the variance, and then he's just saying, you know, the time adds up to when Karen Reed made a 3-point turn and when John O'Keefe's phone was used for the last time, and that is why he believes that she was the one that killed him on impact. When the cross-examination starts, when it starts with these types of questions, you just know it's not the type of cross that you want to be on the receiving end of. Alessi has this look of, good afternoon, Mr. Burgess. People know Alessi, and people say this man is about to do something that Burgess is not going to like. He brings up his CV.
CV cover?
Yeah. And it says that he is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree, but interestingly enough, on the Aperture official website, his bio states that he has a BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, not currently pending or pursuing, just has it. You do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you? No, I do not. He also puts it in his LinkedIn. But also, he hasn't gotten his degree for that, or nor is he actively pursuing it. So is he just like lying on the Aperture website and his LinkedIn? The defense brings up another resume, and this time again, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, 2022. All Burgess can say about that is what it states, but this resume, there are a number of errors in that. Correct. So let's go on. This is the third example. Am I correct, sir? It has errors or outdated information. Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something you don't possess? Either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't. I have represented that I do not have a bachelor's degree. But to make matters worse, the degree that he claimed to have doesn't even exist at the University of Alabama. He's asked...
So you would agree that there's not even
a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years.
Dang.
Correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here.
Dang.
That is correct.
Is he embarrassed? What is happening right now?
Yeah, so he's lying on his resume. He has no degree in this, but what if Shannon Burgess is a genius that excels in math, and this is an episode of Suits? He didn't graduate from school, but he is a prodigy level ability to comprehend car accidents and physics. That could be the case. The defense reveals that Shannon Burgess doesn't know the difference between a gigabit and a gigabyte. To simplify it, 1 gigabyte is 8 gigabits, which is kind of confusing, but like that's like confusing 5 minutes and 40 minutes. It's a huge discrepancy, a huge miscalculation,
Yeah, I think big
misunderstanding, error,
shoulders.
whatever Shannon Burgess wants to call
I
it.
don't know.
Do
Because
I
I
know
want
the
her to
difference
be
between
kind of
the
like
two?
a.
No, but I also don't work for Aperture, where these things can change the course
I'm
of a
confused
defendant's
now.
life based on their calculations. Burgess
I think
didn't
I'll just
even
play around with the
realize he
feet.
misunderstood a gigabyte and a gigabit until the defense ARCA witnesses were like, hey, prosecutors, your experts are dumb. They confused it, so.
Unbelievable.
It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted? I would not say misunderstood.
He also misinterprets dates, just straight up gets dates wrong on his scientific findings. The defense also accuses him of just switching up his data and findings whenever other experts that are also testifying for the prosecution find different findings, just to make it all cohesive, which is not at all what you're supposed to do. And side note, the redirect for the prosecution does not save this testimony, because this cross-examination is 4.5 hours long, and it's brutal, very brutal. It just makes it goofier. All Hank Brennan can do is ask Burgess,
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
sustained.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
Oprah Winfrey, objection, sustained. Then you have the other Aperture expert, who I guess I decided last night at like 3 in the morning he doesn't deserve a spot on this wall. Okay, but he's just another, he's the blue man.
The blue man?
The blue man, but he's the blue man. Robert Alessi is also the one doing this. I will say, Robert Alessi, I don't think anyone expected him to do these types of crosses. I feel like he knows more about physics than the Aperture witnesses.
He looks like he would.
Yeah, he's people call him like the nerdy hot guy type.
Looks like a scientist more than
Yeah.
a lawyer.
Yeah, which makes him an incredible lawyer. And Dr. Welcher is a lot. He says,
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
which I just felt like Welcher's trying to assert his dominance, which doesn't bode well for him later on. He introduces himself as an action reconstruction and biomechanics expert. He's got a little feistiness in him. Alessi asks him,
And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury, is how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you...
So, hold on a second.
Okay,
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
it's very preachy. Yeah, it's like kind of like, he's like, so hold on a second, let me tell you how it's done.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Welcher has no explanation for how the car hit John on the hand and broke nothing in his hand or his arm.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight? No.
Moving on, because Welcher is mainly known for his blue paint. Alessi asks him,
Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No. It's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay. You want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it blue paint test. So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear taillight blue, correct?
Correct.
so he bought a Lexus.
Who bought a Lexus?
Welcher bought a Lexus. for aperture. I mean, the Commonwealth's paying for it. Bought a Lexus, painted the rear tail light blue, and then he's standing there and has it back up into him at 2 miles per hour. He runs 3 tests where the blue paint backs up to him in 2 miles per hour to see where the blue paint lands on his hand, because he is also the same height as John O'Keefe, or very similar, same height. But that's confusing for the defense, because it's like you don't even know where John O'Keefe was standing. You don't know if he was standing on the lawn, which would be a few inches discrepancy from if he was standing on the street. So if you don't know where he's standing, and these few inches make vastly different results for a test like this, what kind of test are you running? Also, you're running the test at 2 miles per hour.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth is claiming that she hit him at over 20 miles per hour. How can you even run a test like that?
Yeah.
So they're asking you didn't.
You didn't do a blue paint test with a vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct?
Welcher gives a lengthy explanation of why he didn't do that, but it just sounds like why you didn't do your homework. It doesn't really make that much sense. Alessi is so over Welcher. He just tells Welcher, you don't have the point of impact. You don't know where in the road there was impact. You don't have anything. The purpose of your blue paint test was, quote, I mean, the focal point is what?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken tail light was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Okay, so his test is trying to show that John O'Keefe's arm broke the tail light.
But that's not the test. The test is it just touched the tail light. Because you can't prove it broke the tail light if you don't test at the speed.
Yeah.
And it
Exactly. Yeah, put a dummy there. And
but he's
something.
Yeah. At one point he gets very aggressive and he just argues.
It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space?
Highly, highly unlikely. But again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality.
Netizens are commenting, apparently this guy thinks that John's arm blew up the taillight into 47 pieces without breaking a single bone. He couldn't answer a yes or no question if asked if it's sunny outside right now. This clown did his own 2-mile-per-hour crash, did ridiculous paint tests, and admits that engineering has thousands of possibilities, including launching the Lexus into space. Another one says basically they're doing costume changes, lying on the stand, and finger painting to get paid by taxpayers, which they're getting paid a lot. The Commonwealth paid nearly $400,000 to Aperture for the testing.
Wow. And it was dumb. Like,
yes.
The test was useless.
Useless. Which brings us to the defense witnesses, Dr. Daniel Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rent. And they are called Crash Daddy. Mainly, Dr. Wolf is called Crash Daddy. He's Honorable Crash Daddy number 2. And there was a whole ordeal that Hank Brennan was fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they don't come in for the second trial. It was a whole thing. They bring in ARCA, the 2 Crash Daddies. Now, ARCA was originally hired by the FBI, and they are a formal accident reconstruction company that are hired by law firms that work primarily with car insurance companies, insurance carriers, and they also have multiple contracts with the Department of Defense, the DoD, for accident reconstructions. Their CVs filled to the brim. Like, if anybody knows anything about car accidents, they know, and we know they know because the prosecutors could not question their CVs.
Yeah, and it sounded like they are the people to hire for something like this. Ask the expert. Here's the expert.
Yes.
But the prosecutor never reached out to like a formal, official.
Aperture is supposed to be.
I want her to be taller as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I think netizen speculation is that they had to reach out to Aperture, or a company that maybe some people subjectively, in their opinion, think is not as reputable as ARCA, because ARCA would probably not lie. And ARCA is perhaps too smart. And ARCA would tell you straight up, which is what they do on the stand. They both state John's injuries are inconsistent with the crash. Dr. Wolf states it's his job to, quote, and this is going to be a breath of fresh air compared to the Aperture witnesses, he's very likable on the stand. Both of them are.
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the pieces out, and you've got a bunch of pieces, and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
Unlike any of the prosecution witnesses, he says,
back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD
Oh, he got
in
cred.
electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. In addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning, so I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
I think this one
right
might
off the bat,
be.
they sound a lot more credible. They also, yes.
Are you saying both of these were also in trial 1?
Yes. And they try to get them banned from trial 2.
That is crazy. Even with that, there's still questions?
Yeah. And they ran a lot of tests. So instead of just like rubbing blue paint on a tail light, they ran multiple experiments to see what would happen when a tail light collides at
But she has
various
to be
speeds
bigger.
with a dummy
Maybe
arm,
longer
to which
legs?
the crash daddies
Ooh,
state, based on the
what if
test
we did-
results, the damage is inconsistent with striking an arm. They also tried to do an experiment where, because he had a cocktail glass in his hand that shattered, they got a cocktail glass projectile.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Basically like a gun that shoots a cocktail glass at a
That's
tail light, yes, to see if the tail light shatters and where the cocktail glass pieces land,
Yeah.
where the tail light pieces land. That also does not show that John was hit by this car.
Okay, I see. They're trying to prove that the cocktail glass shattered
Yes.
the tail light. But again, that was inconsistent with the scene.
So they're not even just trying to prove one thing, they're just trying to go down the line.
everything,
And they're
yeah.
like, literally nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing. At one point, the only thing that the prosecution can do with the ARCA experts, because honestly, they're experting, the only thing that they can do is try to say that they're too friendly with the defense team. They're too friendly with the defense team because the defense team is like, hey, these weren't really even our hired experts in trial 1. They did eventually get hired and they were only paid like $23,000, which is a lot of money, but they were probably way under what they were paid by the FBI. So when they testified for trial 1, they didn't have to testify. The FBI already paid them, they did their job.
Yeah.
But they came in and they testified. For trial 2, I think their hotel fees, their traveling,
yeah.
their time was compensated for $23,000. And he's making a whole big ordeal about it when he just paid Aperture $400,000. But he's just trying to say, you guys are too close.
Are you like that's like the last thing he should be questioning
Yes.
right now? Like, when you look at this whole map that everyone knows each other.
And he's just also saying things like, so you call him Alan Jackson? Sounds like you guys are friendly. And Crash Daddy is like, what are you talking about? It's literally,
That's his
yeah, I've
name, no?
become familiar with him over the years, so I call him Alan. And then I think he becomes a meme at this point because he says,
What would you call me?
and everyone's like, are you jealous of Crash Daddy? Like, what do you want him to call you? It seemed like people have been putting romantic music and like, what would you call me then? And he just says,
Probably Mr. Brennan.
and everyone's just like, okay. And then at one point, Dr. Rent, Honorable Crash Daddy number 2, he throws shade at Aperture and he says, well, the blue paint test is the only test that he performed. And he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the orientation of the arm, that's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions. He's saying, what was the test for? I don't know
He
what
said you did a test and it failed, so you have no answer. So what did you do that for?
So why are you showing us this test?
Exactly.
Because this test means nothing.
Yes.
It's
yes.
a stupid test.
Yes.
Which is how a lot of netizens feel. And they feel that Crash Daddy's dimples alone would have them believe them. And then the next problem is, if it's not caused by the arm, if we believe ARCA, then what could it be caused by? now we bring up Chloe once more. The prosecution brings Terry Kuhn. She works for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the forensic unit. She's the DNA technical lead, and she's been doing this for 25 years. She had tested swabs sent in by the MSP and tested it for dog canine DNA, which it showed negative. But it did show positive for pig DNA, which she says could happen when you have pork or any sort of pig cold cuts or anything of that sort. So it doesn't necessarily say that he was at a pig farm or anything of that. But people thought it was very interesting that there's no dog DNA. But when the defense really gets into the nitty-gritty of it all, they're asking her, do you know where the swabs came from? It was pulled from John's t-shirt that was laying on the hospital floor. So there's a lot of questions of that, and the defense is just saying just because there was no dog DNA does not mean anything. In fact, dog DNA should have been taken from the arm. Like any swab should have been taken from John O'Keefe's arm. And even then, if those are claw marks, it would have been very difficult to find dog DNA because usually you need saliva to indicate these animal DNA factors. The defense bring in their own witness, an older doctor by the name of Dr. Marie Russell, and I don't know why, but Auntie Bev has beef with her for no reason, because during a voir dire, so voir dire is not just jury selection, it could be like vetting of witnesses when the jury is not around. There's a voir dire of Dr. Marie Russell, and Auntie Bev is like, because it's a voir dire, I can ask questions. And everyone is like, I have never seen a judge ask questions. I mean, judges will sometimes ask questions when it's jury selection to make sure that everything is impartial, the jurors are all good, but this is weird.
All right, so since this is a voir dire, I get to ask questions, Doctor? So
yes,
I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion?
Yes.
Dr. Russell is very sharp. She is a professional dog bite expert. Her resume is as good as the ARCA experts. Residency at USC Level 1 Trauma Center, then forensic pathology residency at the LA County Coroner's Office. She has been studying dog bites for a very long time. She has probably seen maybe 1,000 dog bites, and she says,
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Fascinating.
yes. And a lot of people online say, hey, guys, I'm not an expert, but I've been bitten by a dog. I've been clawed at by a dog. And look, also people say that there are rumors that Chloe was supposed to be a canine dog in training, but failed out of the academy. And canine dogs are trained to bite the arm. You know, when they have those marshmallow arms. So it's very interesting that it's only one arm and she's allegedly been on very strongly. The only rebuttal that the Commonwealth has to Dr. Russell's testimony is that bite analysis science is pseudoscience. I agree, but hold on. They're conflating two different things. Bite analysis science is pseudoscience when you look at bite indentations on like a person's arm. Let's say someone bit my arm and they take a picture of this and they bring up scans of people's teeth. And they say, does person 1 fit? Does person 2 fit? Does person 3 fit? It's person 3. Convict them. That is pseudoscience. It's very hard to identify the individual. But that's not what Dr. Marie Russell's doing. She's saying, I mean, you can kind of tell when it's a dog bite. I'm not saying which dog it is. I'm not saying which breed of dog it is. I'm just telling you, these are very consistent with what I have seen are dog bites because I study dog bites.
Wow.
Yeah, but they're saying, no, bite science is pseudoscience. And she's like, I'm not saying I'm going to tell you which dog, which breed of dog, but this is very weird.
Yeah.
People think it's so crazy that this is happening. So then just bring in Chloe, right, to examine her. Well, defense attorney Jackson says, I want access to that dog. I might want to measure its claws. I might want to measure its teeth. I might want to have a forensic veterinarian look at the dog, examine the dog. And then we find out that the Alberts got rid of the dog. Their family pet, they get rid of Chloe and rehome her in Vermont.
Insane.
The defense is saying that the Commonwealth never gave them any sort of information.
Yo, I was muted this whole time. I can't believe it, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, how is this thing working, bro? Like, they not only threw their phones away when they were told not to, It's like, imagine, imagine the cops come to you and they're like, "Yo, we want to check, this and this and that." You're like, "Oh no, I don't got that." You're like, what? What do you mean you don't have it? Yeah, I threw that away last week. Yeah, but I told you to hold on to it. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right, I'm gonna need that. Oh no, that was gone too. Dang, sorry. But I told you to keep. He was like, yeah, I know, but like something was happening. I was moving some things. Like, how is this working? Can't they like get in trouble for something? Because they keep throwing everything away, and now they want the dog. Oh, the dog. We gave her away. Why? Well, just cause like it was about that time. It was about that time. This don't make no. He says my dog always sleeps in the room with me. This is important. Excuse me. You know what I mean? Like, this is a dog you care for. Like, you're not just gonna let no random dog sleep in your house, like in your room. And now he's just like, yeah, we just decided to give the dog away. Give the dog away now? This is sus, bro. Everybody sus.
They gave them some random vet form of a dog that's not even named Chloe on the vet forms, of like random people from Vermont. And they're like, who are these people? We don't even know if that's Chloe. Who's to say that's Chloe? That could be a different German Shepherd. Who's to say the Brian Alberts don't find a different German Shepherd? And it's like, that's Chloe. See, the teeth don't match. See, everything doesn't match.
And then they finna be like, wait, no, we found Chloe. And they're gonna be like, oh no, that's impossible because we took her out. Like, there it is. That's what I wanted to hear. You gotta be doing that. Like, you be seeing in movies, they be doing that.
So they asked the McAlberts why they got rid of Chloe, and they say that recently, right before they rehomed Chloe, it's not because of John O'Keefe, it's because Chloe bit another dog, and then the two owners of the dog, two women that were walking that dog, tried to stop Chloe, and Chloe attacked the two women. They ended up in the hospital. One of those two women later reached out to Vanity Fair and said, I was scared because after I got out of the hospital, I was reached out to by Kevin Albert, a Canton police officer who was asking me, how can we make this go away?
Whoa.
Allegedly. But they rehomed the dog. I think this is one of those cases where I'm getting very confused because a lot of the information seems like it's not subjective. A lot of the digital forensic information of House Long to Die in the Cold should not be subjective. The crash experts should not be subjective, but somehow everything has become subjective. Everything has become, will you believe this party or this party? But I thought digital forensics, physics were typically objective things in the court of law. So this case is interesting in that sense. But I think it's weird enough to cause reasonable doubt, which is the burden of the prosecution. Because in the end, for the second trial, I mean, you guys already know, the jurors go off to deliberate and they come back.
The deliberating jurors remain standing, the defendant remains standing, all other parties may be seated.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Do all of you agree? Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
And they find Karen Reed not guilty. And you hear people cheering outside the courthouse.
Yo, I mean, hey, but at the same time, in the back of my mind,
inside the courtroom.
That's a lot of women. Like, everybody's a lady. Like, everybody. Dang! Yo, listen. I do watch a lot of movies, bro. I would just imagine. If you know, you know. Hey, put your hand down, boy.
And she's just like bursting into tears. Even her defense attorneys are so emotional in that moment. And it's just a very, she is found guilty of operating under the influence, but she does not get jail time. Instead, she receives a year of probation. And Karen says,
I just want to say two things. Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
about the verdict, she says, at first there's grief, then it's anger. It's anger that outside sources, outside people can influence what happens in a courtroom and can impact the results of a pretty cut and dry case. Carrie Roberts has also released her own statement stating that she's confused why everyone hates her and her new best friend, Jen McCabe. She says, I don't know why they're making Jen McCabe a villain. All she did was answer the same phone call I did. Karen called her. She didn't call Karen. It's so stupid and bizarre. We put our asses on the line for 3.5 years, 2 trials to help the state of Massachusetts, and you're not going to help us when we're being harassed? It's not worth it to put my family through that ever again and not be protected at all. It's absolutely sick. The jury pool was completely tainted is all I can say. Yeah. Brian Albert and his family have released a statement of their own. Our hearts are with John and his entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from the justice system. While we may have more to say in the future today, we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media.
So we don't know what
the result is a
the end
devastating
is.
miscarriage of justice.
Why did Morgan make me watch this, bro?
Quiet, except there are rumors and sources floating around the internet that he was seen drunk at a bar where he was telling a buddy of his, all I did was pull the dog off. We don't know if this is true. This could be completely a made-up lie. Brennan has made a statement after this case. He says, DA Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess this case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and one person only. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. Jackson states, the Commonwealth would rather simply condemn the jury in its fair and lawful verdict. The O'Keefe family have since filed a wrongful death suit against Karen Reed, C.F. McCarthy's, the first bar that John and Karen went to, and then Waterfall Bar, saying that they overserved. And they are seeking about $50,000 in damages for, quote, conscious pain and suffering and profound emotional distress. Karen states the timing is very weird. She says that they could have sued me right when John O'Keefe passed, but they sued me after they found out that she wasn't going to prison. As for the kids, she really cares for those kids.
For more.
She says they've been exploited and brought into a trial they have no business being in. The hope for me is that one day one of them will grow up and dig into this case and be ambitious enough to say, I need to see everything. Jackson states about Karen and her criminal trials, make no mistake, it's not that the Commonwealth didn't prove that she's guilty. We proved that she's innocent. And the unfortunate thing is, it's caused a flood of people who probably are guilty that have Proctor and Lally have touched their case in some way that are trying very hard to get their cases thrown out.
Really?
And it's just become a thing where a lot of people say, I mean, looking at the evidence in their cases, it doesn't seem like a Karen Reed situation where they've been framed or potentially there's not enough evidence.
But there could be cases that they wrongfully...
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, of course. But the two in question that are coming up often, it doesn't seem like that's the case. And I think that's where a lot of netizens are even more infuriated because it's not even
I feel like I want her to smoke.
But you're talking about so much impact that's going to be left. Because
so maybe.
You can't do your job. Also, the fact that the Fed's case is closed has been up for debate. Some people think that's the Feds. They haven't responded personally. It's just Hank Brennan and the prosecution saying that the Fed's case is closed, but we don't really know. And one person that has worked with the feds before, the DOJ, they say, you know, it could be that the feds are sitting back and
Yeah, they
not saying
waiting.
anything because
They
the
letting
case is
everything
closed,
go.
and they're silently walking away, or they could be working on this case as we speak.
Exactly. I feel like that's
You
happening.
never really know. Karen Reed says, even if it's closed, that hardly means anyone involved in murdering John or framing me was cleared of wrongdoing. But everyone should know which side of the case is celebrating the federal investigation supposedly being closed and which side isn't. I will tell you which side of this case is culpable and therefore worried about a possible federal indictment.
That is true.
Yeah. One juror that was on the second trial has come out to say that they hope the FBI is investigating because they want justice for John O'Keefe and they don't think Karen did it. They say that means we have at least one killer in town, a wolf in sheep's clothing. As a matter of fact, I think we might have a whole pack.
Yes.
And that is where I am with Karen Reed's final.
I need a hand.
What are your thoughts on this case? I know there's
This
a lot
case,
more that we could have dug into.
crazy.
20 episodes. What are your thoughts? Leave it in the comments, and
Excuse
I
me.
will see you in the next one.
Excuse me. This is insane, bro. Oh my goodness. Well, hey. Crazy work, but wow. Wow. Let me see if I can find a hand real fast. What do I even search up? Like, how do I even look that up? Like a hand holding that? I might have to just do it myself, to be honest. What kind of thing is this? Like, what is it? Like smoke pipe, I guess. But like, what kind? I feel like it's more of an Asian style. Yeah, definitely more of an Asian style. Oh, perfect. This hand right here. Oh, perfect. I mean, but this is the wrong. Wait, no, this is the right hand. Oh, perfect. Look it. I literally just needed to type in hand holding Asian smoke pipe. And it perfectly worked. The first image. Sometimes, you see, this is why you guys gotta look up stuff, me. Okay, so, let's see. With this one, it shows... Wait, we're gonna have to erase this right here. Let's erase this. We don't need it right now. So we'll go from here. No. I'm thinking about the wrist. The wrist going this way. And we'll come out a hand, and I'm gonna do like a nice little fortune cookie. Like this. And we'll go up to the thumb, and we'll come back here. A nice little shape like that. Like, not bad. And then we can go out, and then we can get that finger to come out. How much space do I have? This is why I like to draw like the overall shape of the hand, like in a thing like this, like just a gesture kind of, just so I can have like a bounding box. So now that I have that, let's extend this thumb, and let's do something like that. Come down, and then right here, these two fingers. Let's bring it down. And let's round it. And one finger. And the other finger right here. Which is with that thumb right there. Go down. Just go out. My next, like, big study session thing is going to be on hands. I need it. Because I feel like when it comes down to a point, I feel like if I have as much time as I want, I can get a hand down or a pose down, but I just want to be able to get it with ease, if that makes sense. Just an easier way of getting or making it work. If I'm struggling with it, I need to practice it more. Have any of you guys been watching Sakamoto? Sakamoto Days. Episode 21 is out today, right? It is like honestly, I'm liking season 2 more than season 1. Honestly, I think so. I think I'm liking season 2 more than the season 1. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about like what do I want her ooh, Kaiju's freaking Kaiju is good, bro. Oh my goodness. Like in the first season of Kaiju, I was like, you know, like alright, you like it's a good show, whatever, whatever. But like season 2 Kaiju, I'm recommending it. You know what I mean? I'm recommending people watch Kaiju because of season 2. Yeah, what the freak? I'm not interested. Why are they recommending me MTV? I don't want to see none of that. But Kaiju number 8 season 2, it's what the oh, okay. Oh yeah, the Corey Kenshin video. Yeah. What? Wait, whoa, hold on. I gotta see this. Tyrone, what are you talking about, my boy?
What is that? So, I just got done watching a video from Second Wind. And actually, first I saw a video from a channel called Ruricon. Then I saw Second Winds. Then I saw Clownfish TVs. And then lastly, I saw Red Letter Media's. Mr. Plunkett. So, a lot of YouTubers are worried. And at this point in time, I'm not worried. However, you never know. It could get there. And the reason why is our videos aren't getting the views that they used to. And this is fairly recent, within the past, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month.
Mm-hmm.
I'm listening to different people and seeing different comments. So it seems like it was something was implemented at some point in August. And many of the YouTubers are saying that it's the whole AI age verification thing that YouTube has going on. I'm not really sure if that's it, but it seems like that's what everyone's pointing it to. Another thing is people are saying that people keep, oh, I didn't know you did this video, or hey, why don't you do a video on this? Why didn't you do this video? I'm getting that. Why didn't you do a reaction to this? Why didn't you do a reaction to that? And I'm like, bruh, I did that video a week ago. Or I did that video literally today. And you're asking me 5 hours later to do a video on it. And I'm like, what is going on? Are they just not paying attention to their notifications? By the way, you need to know this. You don't get notifications the way you used to. You have to watch. If you are not getting notifications for my videos and you have the bell on, or you don't have the bell on and you're just never getting them, you have to watch 2, 3, 4, 5 of my videos in a row to make sure that YouTube starts sending you notifications again.
Yeah, so guys, go do that.
I don't know why they're doing it like that. I assume it's some form of a way of customizing your watching, what you're watching with what you're getting notified with. But yeah, I like it's kind of weird too, because with certain channels that I watch, there's certain channels that I stopped kind of watching, but I get their notification every single time. But I don't get it for other channels. But maybe it's because it's related. I don't know. So, now, my views have always fluctuated depending on what I'm talking about. And I know that. Literally, I will do videos that I know will get anywhere from like 7 to 10,000 views. But I want to talk about it. I'm interested in it. But I know that other videos that I'm going to do are going to be fine. And, at the end of the month, I always get a particular range of millions of views. You know what I mean? And it's been like that for years. You know what I'm saying? But during that, what was it? I wanted to call it the ademic. What was it called? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know what now. I can't remember what everybody was calling it. I applied because I'm, you know what I mean. But yeah, so there's a point where YouTube had issues with advertisements, and certain YouTubers did videos that basically got YouTube in trouble. So they had to they had more and more strict rules on what could be monetized, what couldn't be monetized, and certain people backed out of advertisements, and so it messed up a lot of people's channels. And
yeah, I feel like
I was actually pretty good in the beginning of it, but toward the end of it, I had actually bought this house and had previously bought a new car like a year before. So I had payments. Well, it hit me then. And I started making, I would say, around 1/3 of what I normally was making every month. You want to talk about bricks? You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, no, but I grew up poor, so I knew how to live poor. So I knew how to adjust, even though I'm not gaudy anyway. I'm hardly spending money anyway. At that time, I remember kind of ramping up videos and kind of maybe adjusting. So I might have made 2 or 3 more videos a day. I may have looked at what was getting the most views and focused on them while still doing other niche videos or other videos that were getting a smaller amount of views. So I got through that. And I've been fine ever since. But there's a certain type of stress that comes with that, especially when you, like I said, you've got bills, you got a mortgage, you've got a car payment, you got a girlfriend that likes to go to the movies, and she likes to go over here, and babe, can we go to the pumpkin festival? And when you love them, you take care of them, so when you're taking care of your lady, you spend more money than you do living like a savage by yourself in the house, okay? So you got to make sure your money's coming in properly. And now, like I said, things are fine, but there's a lot of YouTubers out there that are getting really concerned. See, I live way below my means, okay? I live like a hermit. But, there's other YouTubers out there that got families, they got mortgages, they employ people.
Mm-hmm.
And if YouTube is making an adjustment like this, to where AI is now feeding certain people videos and certain people aren't getting videos, what you need to do right now is click, if you're looking at it on your desktop, click on your icon of your profile. And what will come down, you can go there, look near the bottom, restricted mode. Now mine says off. Apparently, what everyone is saying is going on is that many of you have restricted mode turned on, or it was turned on automatically. So if you are not a minor, you need to turn it off. And also, I guess
show it to me on
YouTube
Discord,
looks
man.
at your watch history. So if
see.
you're looking at a whole lot of Minecraft and Blues Clues,
Blues
you might be
Clues?
doing it for a video essay. Or you might just like them, okay? Or Bluey. I heard Bluey, adults and children love Bluey. I haven't watched Bluey yet. But they will look at what you're watching and then will cater, and then you won't get, savage videos that you normally like. So that's what everyone's saying do. Turn your turn your restricted mode off. And I know that AI is always learning, and I hope they fix it. I hope they fix it before it gets worse. I'm going to tell you, over these almost 13 years of doing YouTube, every time I've noticed a dip in views, I've just assumed it's an algorithm change. I remember saying it so many times that it just became part of being a YouTuber. And I would always type into the search bar, why are my views going down? And usually something would come up with a channel that specifies on making YouTubers the best that they can be. And they are always talking about algorithm changes and rule changes and this and that. And they would say, yeah, YouTube changed the algorithm, so make sure you're doing this, and make sure you're doing that, and make sure you're not doing this, and make sure you're definitely not doing that if you want to get views. So,
check whip.
That is what I hear is going on. Hopefully, and I know, look, I've spoken with many people on YouTube.
I've always liked, like, really, like really big shoes. I have a few characters that have really big like shoe wear and stuff, and like I just love the silhouette, like the silhouette it gives.
Several of them. And I can't listen. There was one person I met that I feel was a little shrewd, a little tough, but I gotta tell you, every single person that I've met in YouTube cares. I'm serious. I haven't met one that I'm like, they were a straight piece of. I never thought that. They care. They want us to succeed. I've had the opportunity to be involved with certain things to help YouTubers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has come through. You know what I mean? Especially for people that deal with similar types of videos that I do or don't even do, but they have content in their videos that's similar to mine. You know what I mean? But, so don't think they're not listening. Okay? With these videos being made, with the views that people are getting, with the traction is probably getting on Twitter. I haven't looked it up on Twitter. I'm sure they're looking into it to hopefully
Let me try to get some
return our views to normal. Otherwise, I guess adjustments need to be made. I don't know what else to say. I would hope that things get a lot better. Like, but who knows what's gonna happen? AI is a very tricky thing. I've looked up information on AI and AI is giving me answers, and I'm like, that is absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. So AI gets things wrong. So is AI not giving people videos that definitely are not minors, the videos that they should be getting? You need to come to my channel every single day if you want to know what I'm uploading. You need to. You need to until this is all fixed. Period. Point blank. Like I said, I'm doing just fine, but everyone's situations are different. So, while some people could, their money, they normally make, I don't know, $10,000 a month, say. If it drops to 5 or 3, some people can make that adjustment and just be like, oh, it's the nature of the beast. It is what it is with YouTube. You never know. But some people can't do it. Like, it is a devastation to their lives, to their mindset, their stress level, to their health, their mental health, everything like that. You know what I mean? So hopefully all y'all good people, good YouTubers out there are doing just fine, and I hope things get better, and I hope YouTube hears us.
Hopefully, man. Nova got big shoes. Excuse me. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I love the look. You know, like when I think of like just a pure silhouette. Like imagine this character right here, just like really big, combat boots or something. Maybe not like that. I do. If I were to draw like a nice little quick little gesture of a person or something. And then gave her like really maybe even some big gloves too. Some gloves too. That'll be cool. Oh my gosh, throwback. Alright, so her hair, like I know we have like from here, from her hairline obviously, and then it comes down. We have it like come down to like right here. How many? Wait, where is that drawing? Did I delete it? I probably did. Did I? I did. I deleted it. Dang it. It's fine. I'll draw it again. I'm trying to think of like her hair, like what her hair looked like, because I had like a general idea of what it would look like. I think I can still. I don't know, because I want like with her, I want her to have like a like because when I look at this hairstyle right here, it makes me think of like some old school type thing, right? Some like maybe 80s, 90s, maybe even 70s if you want. So I want to give her a similar hairstyle, and I had an idea for big, but I'm thinking now. Let me see if I can find something that inspires me. My Pinterest is bugging out right now, so I can't use it for assistance. Wait, Bri sent me something on Discord a while back. Excuse me. I said excuse me, like I burped or something. Let me see. Let me see. Do you listen to Christian rap? Not really. Haven't lately. Where is it, bro? Have I? Yes. Where did he send it to me? This is crazy. Yo, where is these? Because I know Bryce sent something. Like, I don't know. Like, Did he send it to me directly? I don't think so. Jay posted a picture like years ago. I mean, a year ago on Discord. And bro, that picture looked exactly like. To be fair, I don't really listen to Christian artists. Oh, you don't listen to Christian artists at all? But yeah, he posted a picture of this girl. Yo, she looked exactly like Shortcake, bro. Scared me for a second. I was like, what the heck? Jay, how do you know? But it's not her. It's not her. She has a little thing on her face that she doesn't have. Yo, I can't find it, bro. I don't want to ask him to send it again because he might not have it. I must. Wait, how can I just... Like, because I can't, like, Pinterest isn't working for me. Try, no. What the heck is that? I feel like Bryce sent to me directly. Probably. Let's go. I guess not, bro. You see, I had a feeling you were going to say something like that. Yeah, I feel like he did though. Yo, am I like tripping right now? Oh, there it is. What the heck? I found it. Okay. Let's see. I don't honestly. What I might do, I might just draw like a really like like silhouette, something kind of like this maybe. What the heck? What brush is this? Is this the right brush? Oh, okay. If you say so. Alright, I might draw like a silhouette like this or something. Right? And then we can go from like, let's do apart from like maybe like we can do like a because when I look at this one, it looks like, where's the hair originating from? Like, I mean, I guess it's still coming from. All right, so if I hold up, if I do like from the center, all right, it's like it's kind of like doing this thing like this for the top. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that hairstyle. Cause I gotta think. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to try to find a way to make or to get Pinterest to work like later, so I can find some sort of reference for like how I want her hair to look. You know, how I want her hair to look. Cause maybe, cause the one that I had in mind, I can show you. The one that I had in mind, I'll just draw it again, I guess. Ooh, that spooked me for a second. The one I had in mind, I was thinking, I was thinking of it being like, oh, okay, like I already have here, like a, like having it. Wait, let me draw her ears. Whoa, let me not forget to do that. Very important. She has smaller ears than she does. She got really big ears. You're drawing two outfits for her? Like, does she change, or is it just you just want to have like different versions? Something like that, and then we can do like a nice big shape in the back, but it originates from like right here on this part right here. So we'll go like this, and on this side we can have it curved like that. Just remembering to draw like a nice little thing, and then right here, like I said, it's a hairline, so we'll have it curved down like this. And then since it's curving back like this, we can wrap this around in chunks. You know what I mean? 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 So I've already do like also, and this is the reason why I did her hair in multiple angles or his head in multiple angles, is just so I can understand how to draw her hair, right? So if we were to draw this lady in like a 3/4, I'll do, let's just draw like a head, simple, right? And then hairline, and we can get like the same type of thing and here with the ear, and then it'll go back like this, same area right about here, right? Yeah, it's about like right here, and we can follow these, like these little areas right here for the shape, or the, the fold, like the wraps and stuff. Gil. Um, she's gonna wear a traditional Chinese dress for racing. What? She's Chinese? Since when is she Chinese? One is for a later part in the story. Since when is she Chinese? Racing gloves and her rifle. Since when is she Chinese, bro? Am I tripping? Have you mentioned that she's Chinese before? And then for a side profile, I mean, I don't want it to be exactly the same as this one though. You know what I mean? Like this one, we have like this to show the back. I actually want to do like, I was thinking like just now. I was thinking I kind of want to do like something like this for her back. Like yeah. So like a like something kind of like this. You know what I mean? We can do like something like this to get some of that nice little silver, like little this little some sparkles, you know. She's green. She's Korean. Then what the heck is she wearing? She's Swedish, Russian, and Korean. Where the heck does Chinese come from? But she did live in China for a year. Oh, okay. She did live in China for a year, guys. Okay, I see. Because I want to add a little something more. She is in the side of the world that she's in, because I mean I have to show you guys the map because the map has definitely evolved. But like let's say this is the map right here, right? And this is this side. I mean, because there's multiple different things going around, but let's talk about the center right now, right? So right here and right here, this side, on this side of the map, there's intersection things and other things because there's a big lake in the center, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff here and stuff, and then on this side there's a whole bunch of other stuff here, but we don't have to worry about that. Like right here is where Alchemy is. Alchemy in this side, like in the world, she is the most flashy and glamorous like queen of like ever, right? But like on this particular side, she is known as the most like flashy lady, if that makes sense. Like she's like, it's kind of like, how can I say, Alchemy is the best in the world. She's the best in the country, if that makes sense. Like she's nowhere near Alchemy's level, but she's the best in the country. I mean, obviously Alchemy is definitely extremely extremely wealthy. You know, we're not really mentioning her wealth in this sense. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So why did I even bring that up? I don't know. I have no idea. But I want to do some changes. Like I have these two side pictures and then one of that, but I want multiple angles. So I might do like a, because I need a full body. I need a full body for her as well. Because I feel like the full body just, you know, just makes, it just helps, you know. It really helps, especially if I'm drawing her in different angles and stuff. Check references. All right, let's see what you got. What the heck? So she's wearing a Chinese, like, chipao, I think that's what it's called, dress with some pom pauses. Is this like one of her like fits? Is that what you're saying? Alright. Interesting. But the thing is, I like to tell a story. I would like to tell a story. So even right here, just like with the Vasha one, I'd have her say something like, um, um, I don't, I don't know. I don't know. I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't have it. I don't have it. But I want to do something with her, like, hmm. I don't know about that. Yes, but different colors. And the thing is too, she has a long hook nose. I think I might give her a big nose. Cause I had a general idea of like her head like this, but I didn't have one for I didn't have one for her. I didn't have one for her face. So let's try her hair again. Her hair. We think about the hairline, nose, chin. So like right here will come down in the front, and then right here, because this is the section that I had, yeah, like right here. So it's on this side, but on this side, if we were to take this part, we can come down and then go here, and then give her ear. Yeah, we can give her ear like so, and then we'll bring this up like this, I'm thinking, and then we can have our folds here. So remember that it has to follow the form, but we have to think about trying to think of like the shape that it's going through. Something kind of like that, and then from here we'll wrap around here. Maybe even do like a little fold. Actually, no. Let's wrap it around her face, like that, and then we can come down around, like so. I guess. But right here, I have it a bit rounder, so maybe a bit rounder. We'll still follow the form. We'll just have to open it a bit. I don't know. Hopefully I have everything done by then, because I have to draw her daughter as well after her daughter. And her daughter! How many months along is she? Dang, bro! She's just an avid fan of eating, bro. She's just an avid fan of eating, bro. And you know, she is up there and everything. It's harder for her to regulate that stuff. Alright, so let's get from the traps to come down, and then we'll go over here for this shoulder, and then we'll get this part right here, and we'll curve back and go in here, and then we'll curve up in there, and then we'll grab this part, come down, and then we'll bring this part out, and then we'll come over, curving this, getting that, and then right here we'll curve, making sure we have this section coming down, and then we'll go like this, and then we'll go over. Should we get these fingers, and then this finger right here, and then this arm in the back, do the thing, follow that form, come down, curve, it's on the side, and it'll curve up, and then it'll follow that, can actually add that part, and then this part will curve up, like curving, yeah, like curving up like this, and then right here we can come down a bit, rounding it, going behind this, maybe having a contact area, and then come down and then curving like this. I think the length might be a little Oh crap. Yeah, maybe that's better in the length. Yeah. Let's get the clavicle. And now we have to think about her is will. And I'm trying to also think about the color as well. I must think something to contrast her. Green is the best like thing because obviously red and green are complementary, but let's think about this. I mean, I think we should go with our gut, right? And give her green. Because I was thinking of making her red anyways. Her hair. I was thinking of making it like making her a redhead, you know? So. Oh, you're back, Ray? Yeah, I was thinking of making her a redhead. Let's actually put like some. I actually want to also give her a bit of a. I don't want to go too crazy with it, but like I want to give her a bit. Oh, Mashi Chunky. Yeah, she got a little extra skin over there. Trying to give her a little bit more. Or maybe not red. Maybe not red hair. I don't know. Red hair makes sense to me, especially if I were to give her green and red. But that's Alchemy. I can't go too far. I was thinking already to give her like I'm not gonna make her dark skin, but I want to make her like a bit more tan. A bit more tan, I think. I mean, green hair. I mean, no. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not doing that. Love hand. I'm not doing that. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know. We can worry about that when we get there. Nose. Nose is something that I've been thinking about also. What shall we do with her nose? What shall we do with her nose? Do we go like these? Do we go like these? Do we go like these? Ooh, like these looks nice. Magenta. Could work. Like these looks nice. Maybe like these? Like these? Squidward? I mean, we could do like something like this. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know what a Nissan sounds like from just listening to it? I mean, you are the car guy. We could go like that, maybe. Thinking about that, right? If I were to look at it, if I were to think about it from the front, if I think about like this being the edge, it curves up here, which means it has to be at the tip here. So depending on how I'm looking at it from the front, we'd have something like this, and then let's say this is like where the nose goes right here. I have to think about length too, because like this is half of this section, right? So half of this section is this section, so the nose should be like here. And then if this is like the tip of the nose, it looks like it's going up towards that line. So it'd have to be like right here. So I can do something like this. Like this is what it looked like from the front. Like her nose will be like this from the front. You learn something new every day. And I guess. So I guess this is the nose from the front. Like if I go with this nose right here. And wait. If I want to draw it from a 3/4, we can do something like, excuse me, we can do something like, this is the bottom, this is the tip of the nose that we're going for. And then we go like here. But with that length, that thing is going to push. That thing's going to push. And then we'll come back in. But it looks like we have like that little thing right there. We could do like this as well. I guess we could go that way. What you guys thinking? Yeah? You guys down? Like this being her nose? I mean, I can see it working. Right here, Lana looks like her head is like leaned back a bit too, so bringing it like a little bit higher to the line. Okay, I go sleep now. Have a good one, man. Wait, what time is it actually? Oh, snap. I see. Guess we all knock it out. All right. All right. I'll see you guys. What's tomorrow? What is tomorrow? Wait, what is today? Today's a Monday, right? Tuesday? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll see you guys Tuesday. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You know, if you're willing. I'll attempt, of course. That's what I can do. I'm liking the nose. No lie. It was just a thing because I didn't know what I had for her nose yet, but I'm liking it, bro. All right, I guess we got it, guys. I guess we got it. Today's Monday? Okay. gonna do some work on this, and then we'll end up seeing what ends up coming from it. Just remember to. Her name is. Draw. Yes, like I said, I want to give her a little bit of color on her. Not too much, but a little bit of color. Just a little bit of color. A hint of it. But yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Oyashimi. 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 Have a blessed one, guys. Peace, peace, peace. Good night. And good night. Good night. Peace, love, and hair grease, man.